A small, dark-haired boy stood in the middle of the street, crossing his arms. He held a stick and shouted that he was a wizard. A blonde girl playing pounced on the boy, pretending to be a monster that eats wizards. He responded with threats and a raised stick. The dark-haired boy raised the stick and swung it. The boy hit the girl on the head with the stick with all his might, shouting "Hop," and she screamed loudly. The irritated girl shouted at the boy, who froze in a victorious pose. The boy replied that monsters always lose. A gray-haired man was secretly watching the children. The girl also wanted to be a wizard, but the boy suddenly objected indignantly. A young man and a woman stood next to the grandfather. Leaning on a stick, the old man noticed how much energy the children had in the morning. The boy addressed the elder Rabbis and asked how to become a wizard. The old man replied that such a thing is not achieved by a single wish. Against the background of a golden circle, the figure folded his palms. The grandfather explained that aristocratic wizards were born of a higher mystical heredity. The elder upset the children by saying that they would not become magicians. A young man behind his back asked why he was so strict with them. The elder sharply turned to the young man, and he began to speak about rumors circulating around the appearance of a real monster. The young man next to the girl told the elder that he had heard about the appearance of a monster in these parts. The gray elder confirmed the rumors, and the young man anxiously exclaimed, "These are bad news." The night before, Rob stumbled upon a terrible creature near the entrance. Its appearance closely resembled a leopard. Yunka hugged the frightened girl and reassured her. The elder has already gone to the city to summon a wizard for help. The girl confidently added that as soon as the elder brings a powerful wizard, the monster will definitely be destroyed. Placing her hand on the little girl's forehead, the girl sternly ordered her not to even approach the dark forest from now on. The elder gripped his staff tighter and warned that without the wizard's help, it is impossible to defeat such a monster. The young man asked if all the villagers were already aware of the danger. Elder Rabbis firmly nodded in response. Rabbis's face twitched as soon as the young man mentioned Kazari and inquired whether the shepherd on the hill had been warned. Under the bright sunny sky stretched a picturesque settlement, and roads led to the high mountains and forest. A little lamb slept carefree in the thick green grass. A herd grazed in the meadow. Next to the dog rested the shepherd Turan, lazily looking at the sky and holding a straw in his mouth. Shepherd Turan lay motionless in the grass, holding a straw in his mouth and intently gazing into the endless sky. Turan rested among the sheep and bitterly realized how monotonous and boring his life had become. Watching the daily grazing of sheep on the sunny meadow, Shepherd Turan thought about the endless routine of his existence. The shepherd imagined a small homestead with a livestock pen, painfully suffering from the fact that each of his days resembled the previous one. Basking under the warm rays of the sun, Turan ironically reflected that with such loneliness he would soon forget how to speak altogether. Looking up, the shepherd was finally convinced. His current existence was a pitiful spectacle. Elder Rabbis silently approached the shepherd and sternly asked why he was shirking work in the middle of the day. Elder Rabbis blocked the sunlight from Shepherd Turan, so he asked him to move aside and called the old man rude. Rabbis asked if Turan still remembered the old incident, and Turan, basking in the sun with a blade of grass in his mouth, pretended not to understand. The old man listened carefully to Turan, who reminded him how after his mother's death Rabbis tried to secretly steal their livestock. Turan sat on the grass and replied that he was not generous enough to squander the inheritance of his late mother. Angered, Rabbis called the boy shameless as soon as he noticed that they were not friends, so the old man needed to explain the matter quickly and leave. Turan became angry at the accusation of shamelessness. Displeasure flared on his face. The shepherd stood up and Rabbis informed him about the appearance of a monster, which greatly surprised the young man. Turan was stroking a sheep and listening to the elder's story about a huge leopard as tall as a house, the very same one Rob had already seen. The shepherd continued gently petting the sheep and admitted that this was a problem, and the old man asked why he was not afraid at all in such an open area. Rabbis called it either bravery or foolishness, and added that the elder had already gone to the city for a wizard, so they needed to be vigilant. The old man assured that he came here out of concern, but Turan immediately sensed insincerity in his words. The shepherd told Rabbis directly he ran here to save the livestock, not out of care for it. Turan glanced at the old man and ordered him to get lost if he was done with his pleasantries. The shepherd grimaced with disgust and shouted after Rabbis, "He smells so bad it's like his nose might fall off." Pensive, Turan stayed near his flock while the elder walked away on his path. The shepherd watched him with a thoughtful look, pondering the rumors about mysterious monsters. Turan looked at the sheep and thought about how monsters possess magic as a kind of equivalent to human wizards. The boy walked on the green grass and wondered if a powerful mage would agree to go into such wilderness because of some beast. Turan was walking through the meadow accompanied by a dog and a flock, doubting that the wizard from the elder of the settlement rural would really be worth attention. The shepherd still decided to go and see the mage. He really wanted to find out exactly where his power ended. Suddenly, Turan caught a familiar smell. He followed it with his nose and tried to understand exactly where this trail was coming from. The shepherd tore his gaze away and looked intently deep into the territory, trying to recall this specific sensation. Standing under the blue sunny sky, Turan finally clearly realized that it was the smell of fresh blood. The rays of the evening sun fell on the dense forest and the narrow path that was lost among the trees. The shepherd took the first step and cautiously moved along the forest evening trail. Turan went deeper and deeper into the evening thickets, trying to calculate the exact source of the stench. The boy kept stopping, intensely sniffing the forest air. The shepherd took another confident step forward through the thickets. Turan's face suddenly distorted. A terrible, disgusting scene appeared before his eyes. In the middle of the forest on the ground, the shepherd came across the bloody and mutilated body of the elder Rabbis. Turan looked at the dead Rabbis, replaying his words about caution in his head, and realized a strange smell was coming from the old man. The shepherd thoughtfully examined Rabbis's body, understanding such terrible wounds could only have been left by a real monster, not an ordinary beast. Turan instantly tensed. A suspicious sound was heard nearby. A huge clawed paw with a yellow joint heavily stepped on the ground. The shepherd stared intently forward into the darkness. From the forest, a terrifying leopard-like monster with a strange mane, glowing light eyes, and black clusters of energy swirling around emerged towards Turan. Turan froze face to face with the dreadful beast. A small dark-haired boy sat waiting for food, asking if monsters were really so strong that even adults could not defeat them, and his father confirmed it. The father explained that after meeting a monster, not even bones would remain of an ordinary person. The boy immediately worried about their settlement. The man placed a plate of pancakes, honey, and butter on the table, trying to calm his son. The father hugged the dark-haired boy and assured him that the elder would soon bring a wizard to the settlement who would easily defeat the monster. The little boy asked hopefully if it was true that the mage would not lose and could destroy this evil monster. The father said with a smile that wizards have a special power and can incinerate a monster with just one word. The monster fiercely bared its huge teeth, and an otherworldly light flashed in its eyes. Turan looked fearlessly the beast straight in the maw. The shepherd sternly ordered the monster to die. As soon as Turan uttered this word, the monster jumped aside and fell with a crash. The wounded monster got up on its feet and continued its movement. The shepherd did not take his eyes off the dangerous opponent. Turan frowned, realizing that his magical command somehow did not work completely. A huge leopard wrapped in dark energy jumped down on the shepherd with its mouth open. The terrible monster rapidly approached the frozen Turan. The shepherd's face twisted with tension, and he shouted at the monster with all his might, "Stop!" The beast-like monster flew over the shepherd and landed heavily a little further. Turan mentally resigned. To kill and moreover completely stop this monster with one word was beyond his power. The enraged creature, wrapped in black radiance, lunged into attack again. The angry face of the predator suddenly appeared right in front of the shepherd's face. Turan managed at the last moment to sharply jump aside from the deadly strike. The shepherd feverishly pondered how to stop this pure rage. Turan's hand twitched instantly, and he pulled a whip from his wide sleeve. The shepherd Turan's hand gripped the whip. Turan raised the whip, thinking that the shepherd must stick to his job. The enraged monster rushed to attack the shepherd. Turan placed a stone in his palm and called it reinforcement. The shepherd struck his palm with the whip and called it acceleration. Turan cast a vigilant glance to the side. The shepherd snapped the whip in front of the approaching monster. Turan stomped his foot menacingly, calling it penetrating strength. The shepherd swiftly spun the whip into a cone shape. The terrifying monster stubbornly kept pushing forward. The huge beast raised its front paws. The spinning whip wounded the monster. The enormous creature lunged at the shepherd Turan with the whip. Turan, with a serious face, said he was aiming for the head. A stone spun by the whip fell from above onto the monster, rushing at the shepherd. The creature almost reached Turan, but the stone fell on its head and struck it. The next stone swiftly flew toward the monster. The shepherd Turan silently assessed the situation. Turan stood by the giant's carcass and thought that he had used this trick against the monster for the first time. Looking at the bloodied creature, Turan wondered whether to throw it into the ravine. The blood-splattered, thoughtful shepherd grumbled that the settlement's inhabitants only brought trouble. The shepherd Turan's gaze flared the moment he realized his special wizard gift 8 years ago, at the age of 10. A small room charged with energy, and firewood floated in the air. Little Turan amused himself in the pantry, endowing nuts, tools, firewood, and even a wooden table with the ability to float. Little Turan rushed to his mother and hurried to look at these flying things. Turan's mother entered the pantry where her son was playing. Little Turan joyfully showed his mother how he could create fire and wind. Memories of that day still stood before his eyes. The angry face of the mother who shouted at the little one and demanded he stop. It was the first and last time she got angry at him. The palm of little Turan, who again tried to prove his abilities, and the mother immediately stopped him. Turan's mother sat down on the floor and asked her son to come. They needed to talk. Mama squeezed the boy's shoulder and asked if he wanted to live with her long and in safety. Turan answered yes. Things no longer flew. They lay on the floor. Mama asked her son firmly to promise that he would not use his power. Mama begged the boy never and under no circumstances to use his power in front of other people. Little Turan tried to understand the reason, and Mama recalled to him a story about aristocrats and knights. Little Turan nodded firmly, and Mama explained that wizards among aristocrats and knights are two completely different things. The imagined face of an aristocrat filled with divine energy. Mama explained that they are descendants of the Freyans and knights are descendants of half-bloods. Little Turan sat on the floor, listened, and nodded, confirming that everything was correct. Mama explained the difference between them and added, "In the boy's veins flows the blood of a knight, his father." The boy's face and the imagined figure of the father. Mama said that aristocrats consider knights slaves, so no one must know about his gift. The thoughtful face of little Turan. Turan's mama again asked the boy to promise that no one would ever find out about his magic. Shepherd Turan sat by the window and thought about the fact that for 8 years he has faithfully kept his mother's promise. Turan's hand touched the window pane. He understood that he had no right to break his word even now. Turan was thoughtfully looking towards the mountains, having not the slightest desire to reveal his abilities or leave these lands. A small wooden house with curtained windows, a fence, and a green lawn around it. A man's hand was pounding hard on the house door, and shouts were bursting from the street demanding that Turan come out. Turan appeared on the threshold of his home. Angry men of different ages and builds stood before Turan. Turan yawned sweetly and calmly asked what was needed from him. Turan asked the men with armed sticks if they really accused him of killing rabbits. A burly man grabbed the shepherd Turan by the collar, calling him shameless and confirming the accusation. The angry man lunged at Turan with a shout, accusing him. Allegedly, he wounded a defenseless old man to save himself from the monster. While the burly man held him by the collar, Turan gathered his thoughts and finally voiced. He understood the reason for their accusations. The young men who came with the man looked at Turan, confusedly not understanding what he was saying. The man listened to Turan angrily and intently. He insisted that the old man died alone because of the cowardice of the youth who simply shifted the blame. Turan confidently looked the man straight in the eyes while the man firmly held him by the collar. The burly man clenched his fist fiercely, clearly preparing to deliver a strong blow to Turan. Turan proved to be more agile and dodged the angry man's fist just in time. A focused expression froze on Turan's face when he suddenly remembered his magic. Turan sharply struck the burly man in the face with his head, and blood instantly spurted from the man's nose. Young men with sticks stood before Turan, and the shepherd thought any overt desire would turn into mana for him. Determination appeared on Turan's face as he mentally ordered the first attacker to immediately fall to the ground. One of the attackers fell face first into the grass, dropping his weapon, and Turan decided that openly casting spells was not necessary at all. Turan easily dodged the next opponent's strike, thinking that magic could be applied subtly and carefully. Turan's hand firmly grasped the wrist of the next attacker, intercepting his movement and preventing him from continuing. Having intercepted the man's hand, Turan struck him with his own club, thinking about safe magic from which no one would die. Turan finally decided to give a good and unforgettable lesson to everyone who dared to come and harm him. During the fierce clash with the attackers, Turan was making quick hand passes unnoticed by everyone. The heavy wooden sticks that the peasants brought suddenly flew high into the air by themselves. Looking at the fallen man, Turan remembered. This is exactly how he successfully hid his magical gift for 8 years. With a victorious look, Turan stood in the middle of the yard, while the attackers lay helplessly on the ground surrounding him. Turan sternly looked at the defeated opponents and advised them to better leave and humanely bury the old rabbis. The shepherd looked ahead and noticed the girls. He asked if they came to fight, and they replied they only came to visit him. Turan looked at the girls displeased and sharply ordered to take these beaten idiots with them. Having finally gotten inside his house, Shepherd Turan took off his everyday clothes and prepared to rest. Thoughtful Turan assessed the situation and realized there would be a commotion in the village, and during the trade, the residents would try to fleece him. Throwing the dirty clothes over the back of the chair, Turan was finally convinced, with these people, honesty must be forced out with fists. Tired, Turan closed his eyes and thought that today's taught lesson would long deter the peasants from coming after him. A sudden loud knock on the door instantly pulled Turan out of his thoughts and made him wonder if someone had decided to joke with him. An unknown hand in a tight dark gray glove persistently and loudly tapped a rhythm on the wooden door of Turan's house. Angry, Turan sharply opened the door and rudely asked who was lacking received kicks again today. Turan noticed a well-dressed stranger near the door of his house. The man with scars and a short beard apologized, saying he was just looking for the way and found the owner in a bad mood. Turan carefully examined the stranger, guessing whether he was a traveler. The young man said he needed to apologize because recently uninvited guests had already come to him. Recalling his mother's teaching, Turan thought that he had never been able to be polite, so it turned out awkward. Under the guest's clothes, the youth spotted an expensive sword and was surprised. Why would a traveler need a weapon in such a wilderness? Turan wanted to point the way to the tavern, but fell silent upon hearing the man's stomach growl. Sighing, the young man invited the stranger to come in. Turan and the guest entered the house and closed the door behind them. On the wooden table stood a full pile of plates with meat, soup, and bread. Taking off his outerwear, the guest ate with appetite, while Turan lamented the modest food, although the man called it a feast. The guest noted that Turan impressed him and asked if he had previously communicated with visitors. The boy answered negatively. The stranger swallowed from the mug while the host told a story that he grew up on this hill, herds a flock here, and strangers are a great rarity for them. The guest watched the young man attentively and intently. Turan took a sip from the wooden mug with pleasure. The boy looked closely at the man when he remarked that for an ordinary shepherd, Turan was too polite. They continued having dinner, and the guest added that probably the boy's parents provided him with a decent upbringing. Looking at the made bed, Turan quietly said that he was raised by his mother, who died a few years ago from illness. The man crossed himself and assured that she raised a worthy son, and the gods surely accepted her into their palaces. Turan cleared the dishes and replied that he simply obeyed his mother's advice, then asked what brought the guest to these lands. The thoughtful stranger pretended to sip a slice and informed that he was asked for a favor. The boy asked for clarification, and the guest explained that the client was looking for a wizard who could deal with the leopard monster. Hearing this, Turan instantly blushed and froze in thought. The young man asked if his guest was the same wizard the elder had spoken about, and the man nodded. Chewing, the stranger asked if he could ask one more question, and the shepherd allowed it. The man admitted that he sensed the monster nearby, although he had never seen it with his own eyes. Turan tensed when he heard about the strange behavior of the wizard. Knowing about the monster, the boy was not afraid at all. The guest asked if the shepherd was not afraid. In case of hunting people, he would become the beast's first target. The man looked intently at the host's face, considering him too brave for someone who had never left the village boundaries. The stranger directly asked Turan who he really was. Turan remembered how, as a child, he asked his mother why no one should know about his magic, and she blamed cruel aristocrats for it. Little Turan did not understand her words, so his mother explained her thought with an example. For an aristocrat, a knight is the same as a dog is for a shepherd. Before the imaginary figure of the knight, dozens of slaves bowed while the mother explained. When the time comes, Turan will simply be thrown away or sacrificed. Turan remembered the face of his mother, who did not want such a fate for him, and asked if he wanted to live with her further. The boy nodded, yes. Mother ordered her son to clearly remember. No other wizards should know about his gift, otherwise they will be separated and he will be turned into a dog. On Turan's thoughtful face reflected memories of his mother's further words. For the sake of preserving the secret, sometimes it will be necessary to commit murder. Turan looked intently and extremely unfriendly at the guest, finally making a decision under the influence of his mother's instructions. Shepherd Turan looked at the guest and pondered the amazing twists of fate until he suddenly asked why he was silent. The shepherd answered with a deep, thoughtful look. The guest of the shepherd waited for an answer, intently absorbing his gaze. Suddenly Turan's guest laughed and explained that with such a serious expression on the shepherd's face, he was even afraid to joke. Turan froze in surprise when he heard from the guest that it was just a joke. Turan apologized and explained that he had a bad sense of humor, and the guest replied that he was the one who should apologize because it seemed he upset the host. Turan admitted that it was the first time he encountered wizards' jokes and was confused, and the guest noted that such a reaction was very funny. The stranger extended his hand and noted that they still had not introduced themselves, adding that he was glad to meet him. The wizard smiled and introduced himself as the traveler Kjorn. Turan shook Kjorn's hand and embarrassedly added that he should have introduced himself first. The shepherd firmly grasped the guest's palm and gave his name Turan. Turan looked at the dishes on the table and said that this year he turns 18. The guest replied, he will be 75. Kjorn and Turan sat at a round table. The shepherd looked at his young face in surprise, and the guest explained that wizards age more slowly. Turan smiled and asked how he became a traveling wizard. Kjorn replied that he went on a journey after 60 years of service to the Arabian family. The fascinated traveler admitted in old age he only wants to travel, and the shepherd called him a true romantic. Turan talked with Kjorn and caught himself thinking that this was an ordinary, relaxed conversation with a good person. The traveling wizard smiled sincerely. Turan talked with the guest and suddenly realized he never imagined that ordinary communication could be so pleasant. Outside the window, the sun was already setting behind the mountains, and the traveler felt the time was coming to an end. Turan looked in surprise at how quickly the sun had set, and the traveler got up from the table and said that it was time for him to go. The wizard placed a coin on the table and assured that this pure Arabian silver more than covered the cost of the dinner. Turan stood up, thanked for the payment, and wished Kjorn a successful hunt, and he asked not to say goodbye as if they were seeing each other for the last time. The traveling wizard headed to the door and finally threw in that he would definitely drop by again to laze around together. From the forest hill, there was a view of a cozy and neat small town. The sheep mooed contentedly, peacefully grazing on the green meadow under the sunny sky against the backdrop of distant mountains. The shepherd Turan strictly ordered the flock to gather together. The sheep obediently responded to the familiar call of the shepherd. Turan stood on the meadow with a stick in his hands and waited until the animals gathered. Pensive Turan thought about how he met another traveler for the first time, and what warmed him was not so much magic as a usual, comfortable conversation. Turan stroked a sheep and thought that the guest's natural ease in conversation indicated his good and sincere nature. Turan imagined Kjorn visiting him with a cartoonish monster on his shoulder. The shepherd decided that this wizard was the best adult in his life. Turan drove the sheep to the pasture and thought that he had always considered knights to be soulless hunting dogs of arrogant aristocrats. The thoughtful shepherd was gathering his thoughts on how to tell Kjorn that the monster on the Khazari hill would no longer be found by him. Kjorn was heading along the forest road and stubbornly searching for the monster. The wizard carefully examined the forest. He was surprised that the traces of the struggle remained, but the presence of the monster was not felt at all. Kjorn was looking at broken trees and shattered branches. Kjorn noticed damage on a tall, sturdy tree and decided that someone had already managed to take care of the monster. The traveler noticed a faceted stone stuck in the trunk. He was turning over in his mind the thought, had the elder turned to another wizard? Kjorn was making his way through the forest and decided, if someone had already killed the monster and returned peace to the settlement, nothing else mattered. The wizard's gaze instantly froze and immediately became tense. He felt something was wrong. Kjorn quickly and attentively looked around in all directions. In the bushes lay the monster's paw with a yellow joint, with which the shepherd Turan had previously fought. Nearby appeared the broken head of the slain creature. New teeth had grown on its wound, stained with blood. Before him opened the torn, toothy maw of the monster with many tongues. The slain monster suddenly began to advance on Kjorn. The wizard looked at the creature and realized before him was a vengeful spirit. Kjorn watched the spirit and wondered who could have created such a breed at all. The huge clawed paw of the vengeful spirit was raised above the traveler. Kjorn flew to the side. The vengeful spirit struck the ground with its paw so fiercely that the wizard was blown away by the shockwave. Alert, Kjorn knew if he did not absorb the monster's mana, it would turn into an evil spirit. All wizard hunters remembered this. The many-toothed spirit lunged to grab the traveler, but the wizard instantly jumped up and thwarted the attack. Kyoran swiftly leapt into the air. The wizard pondered, one who does not possess magic could not have killed the monster. So why then was the body left, allowing the spirit to appear? Kyoran again landed on the ground opposite the spirit. He wondered if the mage could have been unaware of the consequences, since an inexperienced knight simply would not have managed. The wizard began to create a fireball, and he was haunted by the thought. The monster was deliberately allowed to transform into a spirit. Kyoran clenched his fist and released a powerful fiery beam toward the vengeful spirit. A dazzling fiery spell shot straight at the monster. Kyoran did not stop, he continued to attack and spewed magical flames. The vengeful spirit shuddered when a direct and strong beam hit it. Confused, Kyoran realized his magic had disappeared, vanished. The mana of this monster turned out to be much stronger than that of the wizard himself. Kyoran saw the vengeful spirit vanish, leaving behind a dirty puddle. The surprised traveling wizard pondered how he tried to neutralize it with magic, and wondered where he had ended up. Kyoran's legs, behind which a black, shiny puddle bubbled. A puddle behind Kyoran from which something black and dirty, resembling a snake, was rising. The paw of the vengeful spirit that grew out of the puddle. The vengeful spirit of the monster tore the air with a powerful fiery wave. The wizard barely managed to shield himself but still got injured. Kyoran thought, with this level, an ordinary knight cannot cope, at least a low-ranking aristocrat is needed here. The wounded traveling wizard barely stood on his feet after the energy wave of the vengeful spirit of the monster. Sweaty and tense, Kyoran pondered the fact that he did not expect to encounter such a monster in a remote settlement. The face of the vengeful spirit of the monster, from whose maw a new clawed paw grew. The wizard traveler stood opposite the vengeful spirit of the monster and understood that he could not cope with it. Kyoran was in despair, but still did not intend to obediently die. The tense face of the wizard, he decided if he had to die, he must take the monster with him. Kyoran's hand clenched a yellow-orange fiery mass. He was preparing to strike the spirit just as it lunged. The terrible paw of the monster stretched from its mouth directly toward the wizard traveler. Kyoran clenched his teeth and gathered all his strength into an energy flow. Kyoran's hand focused the energy flow to strike the vengeful spirit of the monster. Kyoran, with a fiery beam in his hand, stood opposite the attacking vengeful spirit of the monster. A bright white-blue light flashed in the middle of the night forest. An unknown white-blue beam hit the vengeful spirit, and the energy wave almost knocked Kyoran off his feet. The surprised and distressed face of the wizard traveler, he could not understand what exactly had happened. Kyoran watched as the vengeful spirit of the monster fell and spread like black mud on the ground. The wizard traveler heard someone ask if he was all right. Kyoran recognized the voice, turned slightly, and said that now he understood the peculiar humor of the shepherds. Shepherd Turan was making his way through the night forest, twirling a lasso in his hand. The face of Kyoran, who asked the shepherd if he was also a wizard, Turan nodded that he was. Standing on the forest path, the wizard addressed Turan and asked why he had been silent before, but the shepherd did not answer. Thoughtful Turan listened to another question from Kyoran why he had helped, since he could have just passed by. Turan answered briefly because, and recalled moments of their conversation in the shepherd's house. Turan's dog was sleeping peacefully on the floor in the room. Sitting in the shepherd's room, Turan asked Kyoran why he went so far, and the wizard traveler clarified in what sense exactly. Turan noted he did not know about the elder's promises, but with such skills Kyoran would easily find better earnings. Kyoran replied that he simply felt sorry for these people, and Turan again asked for clarification on what exactly he meant. Kyoran explained that they have to huddle right on the border and tremble with fear without any hope of protection, and Turan inquired what benefit the wizard gains from this. Turan listened attentively to the traveler, who told that wizards inherited the power of the Lord, so they must live with honor and protect the powerless commoners. Seriousness froze on Kyoran's face when he added that far from everyone shares such views, and that everyone chooses their own path. Smiling, Turan walked through the night forest and repeated to Kyoran his own phrase that everyone decides for themselves how to live. Suddenly, the heavy and loud footsteps of the vengeful spirit sounded again. A powerful explosive wave suddenly knocked the traveling wizard and Turan off their feet. Kyoran noticed how Turan was listening attentively and added, "The two of them definitely cannot cope with this vengeful spirit." Kyoran emphasized such a goal is only within the power of an aristocrat, so Turan must inform the elder and order an urgent evacuation. Looking into the vile green eye of the vengeful spirit, Kyoran, covered in mud, ignited flames in his palms and promised to hold back the monster. The traveling wizard with the burning hand confidently stood directly opposite the vengeful spirit. Kyoran mentally admitted he was a master of talking, but in reality, he did not even know if he had enough strength to hold out for long. Tense and surprised, Kyoran heard Turan's words that everything was fine, and confusedly clarified what exactly he meant. Looking at the glowing stones, Turan noted, after the first strike he was confident of victory, and Kyoran asked him again in surprise. Kyoran pondered, did Turan really hint that last time he did not fight at full strength, and could an ordinary beaten child defeat the monster? Kyoran looked carefully at the boy and realized, what he saw in the settlement was not a coincidence and not a foolish bravado to escape from the aristocrats. Meanwhile, bright stones emitting strange light flew swiftly through the air. Turan focused on forming blue cyan energy flows and skillfully maintained control over them. The blue cyan energy pierced Turan's hands, and Kyoran, looking at it, understood he was witnessing the birth of a legendary mage. A passion lit up on Turan's face when he admitted that he himself was curious to discover the limits of his own abilities. Kyoran, with two fiery palms, shouted that he would not allow this because despite Turan's outstanding talent, their enemy still remained extremely dangerous. The vengeful spirit relentlessly moved forward. Under the pressure of the vengeful spirit, Kyoran called to unite their efforts. The traveling wizard watched over himself, the powerful blue cyan wave controlled by Turan. The blue wave hit the vengeful spirit and caused a huge explosion. Kyoran saw the explosion and, staring at his fiery palms, realized he was just getting in the way and the monster didn't even move when he attacked. The wizard traveler with fiery hands concluded that he was of no use now, so he should just let Turan's talent bloom. Powerful, huge waves of blue energy swirled around the shepherd Turan and dispersed into space. The blue waves triggered the next explosion. It destroyed the vengeful spirit. Shepherd Turan confidently directed the waves of energy. The vengeful spirit revived again and went on the offensive, and Turan, fleeing from its steps, shouted that his method didn't work. The wizard traveler noticed, you can't kill the vengeful spirit with a physical attack. The vengeful spirit rushed into a new attack, and Turan asked how exactly to defeat it then. Turan stretched out his hand forward and suggested hitting the vengeful spirit with fire. The shepherd looked intently at the enemy and suggested instead to use lightning. The vengeful spirit found itself under fire. The shepherd Turan fell silent, and the wizard traveler replied that the young man understood nothing at all. The thoughtful Kyoran pondered that the use of magic on a living being requires cause-and-effect connections, and was amazed that Turan did not know the basics of magic. Kyoran looked sternly at the boy, once again convinced of his correctness. Watching the battle, the wizard traveler recalled, Turan killed this monster and left it, unaware of the consequences because he had never absorbed mana in his life. Turan listened to Kyoran's instruction that instead of lighting a fire, one must create and throw a flame, and sincerely marveled at his own new power. Turan held firm like a wedge against the monster's energy and prepared to resist. A pure flame flared on Turan's palm. Watching the vengeful spirit, Turan thought, creating fire is not a problem for a wizard. Turan stood with a fiery palm opposite the vengeful spirit and thought that proper control over this element requires years of practice. Turan's hand skillfully shaped a powerful fiery circle. Turan instantly mastered the fire element. Turan's legs buckled as he tried to hold his ground under the powerful pressure of the vengeful spirit's energy. Turan continuously generated new fiery circles of energy. The fiery circles of energy swiftly flew from Turan's hands straight at the vengeful spirit. The fiery circle hit the vengeful spirit. The next fiery strike hit the vengeful spirit. Kyoran shouted to Turan not to lose concentration and to keep pouring mana into the fire so that it would not go out. Turan continued to draw and throw fiery circles at the spirit, while the wizard traveler insisted that the enemy must be burned without a trace. Shepherd Turan watched intently ahead, fighting the vengeful spirit. The vengeful spirit was completely enveloped in flames. Inspired, Kyoran realized at that very moment Turan had won. The wizard traveler pondered that Turan had defeated this insanely strong, vengeful spirit. Not every aristocrat could have dealt with it. Inspired and thoughtful, Kyoran looked ahead, thinking about Turan's victory. Turan looked at the smoldering remains of the vengeful spirit and asked if it was finished, while the wizard traveler could not believe that an ordinary shepherd had done this. Kjorn and Turan looked at the smoldering skeleton of the vengeful spirit, and Kjorn advised the shepherd, always absorb the mana of the slain to avoid creating a new spirit. Kjorn raised his palm to the bones of the vengeful spirit, explaining that one must imagine absorption, and Turan agreed. Turan began to absorb the mana of the slain vengeful spirit. Light green mana oozed from the bones of the vengeful spirit. Turan extended his hand forward and sucked the mana through his palm. Mana greened in Turan's gaze. The imaginary energetic figure of Turan was filled with the mana of the dead vengeful spirit. Kjorn asked the shepherd Turan about his feelings and noted that he had done something incredible. Thoughtful Turan replied to the wizard traveler that he was absorbing mana for the first time in his life. Kjorn pondered that after awakening, the Dara mana grows with age, and the best way to develop it is by killing monsters or mages. Thoughtful Kjorn considered that Turan's skillful handling of mana during the first absorption indicated his boundless potential. Kjorn continued to watch Turan closely. Kjorn addressed Turan, acknowledged his unacceptable rudeness, and asked to which noble house he belonged. Turan suggested to Kjorn to first stop the bleeding. A cut was visible on Kjorn's hand. The wizard Kjorn sat with his hand bandaged and tied up. Kjorn sat at the table in Turan's house and, addressing him formally, apologized for his ignorance. On the wooden table lay tools and a first aid kit, and Kjorn scolded himself for making such a noble person get involved in this. Turan repeated again, he was not a noble person but an ordinary shepherd who had never even seen his father. Angry Turan urged Kjorn to change his tone, and he immediately agreed, asking not to be looked at so sternly. The conversation continued in Turan's house. Kjorn asked why such a powerful mage worked as a shepherd, since this work did not suit him. They sat at the table opposite the fireplace. Turan explained that he herded sheep at his mother's request. She ordered him to do so until her death. Kjorn was surprised. Turan added that his mother warned him about aristocrats beyond the mountains. If they found out about his talent, they would use and discard him. Turan's face darkened with thought when Kjorn noticed that his mother was a wise woman. Turan admitted that he expected reproaches for excessive care. Kjorn replied that she was only partially right. Kjorn thoughtfully explained the power of mages breeds conflicts. It was precisely because of this that about 20 years ago a war broke out between the noble houses. In the imaginary battle scene, hundreds of soldiers were killing each other. Kjorn remembered the war between his house Arabian and the great house Zakarit took many lives. He said that out of 3,000 Arabian knights, more than 900 died, almost a third. Turan listened carefully to the story about how most of Kjorn's close ones died in that battle. Kjorn remembered his friend Denver. He dreamed of opening a laundry after the war, but he died. In another painting of the war, Kjorn remembered the deceased mentor Hartman, who always insisted that he still had much to learn. Kjorn imagined holding his wife and son in his arms. The whole family was known to him. The knights of the house of Zakar killed them all, and only he survived. With a thoughtful face, Kjorn concluded, the life of a knight is sometimes cheaper and more senseless than the life of a commoner, so Turan's mother was right. Turan listened as Kjorn said that his mother did have a mistake and it concerned his unique gift. Kjorn was ashamed to say it in his miserable state, but as a knight he was outstanding. However, Turan easily dealt with the fierce spirit, the one even he could not overcome. Turan listened carefully to the words that his potential went beyond the understanding of ordinary knights and reached at least the level of an aristocrat. Kjorn assured the shepherd that even among aristocrats his strength would be above average. Turan froze in amazement. His mother said that his father was an ordinary knight. Kjorn only noted that knights also have children who are equated with aristocrats. Kjorn rose from the table and ordered Turan to leave the mountains and serve the world. The shepherd asked why this was necessary. In an imaginary picture of a village by the river, Kjorn pondered a world where the people needed the strength of noble knights because that world did not yet belong to them. Imagining an unknown deity, Kjorn spoke of other races once expelled by the gods and of those who still sought a way to rebel. Kjorn imagined a battlefield and was outraged that aristocrats did not cease their internal conflicts. That was why the world desperately needed strong and good protectors like Turan. Kjorn stopped by the door and mockingly asked Turan if he really found joy in such a sad life of a shepherd. Turan's face again drew into deep thought. Turan looked at the mage by the door and asked what he would give if he left. Kjorn replied that everything was decided by his own desires. The mage listed wealth, glory, family, and friends, and added that here, in the mountains, with all that there was great hardship. As he was leaving, Kjorn suggested imagining journeys during which Turan could exterminate monsters threatening people. Looking at the sword by the wall, Kjorn added that Turan could become an explorer of the unknown or swear allegiance to a noble house and follow the path of strength. The mage listened to Turan's response and admitted, overall, the guest was right. In the courtyard, Turan spoke with Kjorn and agreed. The proposed life was much better than herding sheep in these mountains. Turan confessed that for the first time in his life he felt genuine curiosity about the surrounding world. The wizard traveler replied that he feared vain hopes and promised to support any choice Turan made. Kjorn asked Turan about his hereditary ability, but he remained silent. The mage apologized and added that he constantly forgets. Turan has nothing to boast about in matters of the magical world. Showing an imaginary deity resembling a heart, Kjorn explained that the hereditary ability distinguishes aristocrats from knights. Kjorn asked which spell Turan found easiest or which technique did not require mana. Turan clenched his fist and still doubted his strength, but Kjorn explained, mana itself strengthens the body. Recalling stones, Turan named his advantages as smell and accuracy, and Kjorn recognized this smell as a hereditary trait. Kjorn explained that accurate stone throwing is a hallmark of the Arabian house and asked to hear more. Turan fell silent and gathered his thoughts. Turan suddenly noticed that Kjorn was very embarrassed. The shepherd intently looked into Kjorn's words. He stated that he seemed to have already guessed where the boy came from. Kjorn suggested that Turan belonged to the great house of pursuers, who were also called hunters. Kjorn remembered his slain wife and son and added, "This is the house of Zakar, which started a war against the house of Arabian." Tears appeared in Turan's eyes at that moment. Turan thoughtfully glanced aside, pondering the mysterious house of Zakar. The shepherd realized that he belonged to the clan of bitter enemies of his new acquaintance and watched Kjorn tensely. Turan thought about a possible apology to the traveling wizard, although neither of them was involved in the ancestors' decisions. The wizard noticed the boy's contemplation and loudly called him. Kjorn friendly patted the shepherd on the shoulder, urging him to finally cheer up. The traveler emphasized that the youth did not participate in the former war, yet Turan still felt awkward. The wizard smiled and called it the affairs of old men, adding that revenge only continues senseless wars. The youth quietly asked his companion, does he not regret forcing him to leave his native mountains? Kjorn confessed with a sad look that he believes in the boy's kindness, although his unique skills would undoubtedly interest the house of Zakar. Turan looked up in surprise, trying to decipher the hidden meaning of these words. The wizard explained that the high position of such a good man in the house of Zakar could help prevent new bloodshed in the future. These unexpected words planted serious thoughts in the shepherd's mind. Kjorn lightened the mood, noting that it was too early to guess the boy had not even made a final decision yet. The traveler's face suddenly became extremely serious when he heard the youth's firm answer. Turan confidently declared to the wizard his intention to descend from the mountains. Kjorn approved this wise choice but remarked there was no need to rush the departure. The boy stubbornly insisted on setting out on the journey immediately after his companion's recovery, but the latter just brushed off his minor scratches. The wizard began to talk about mana, which was considered the key to omnipotence due to its necessity for creating spells. Turan tried to comprehend the essence of what he heard, while Kjorn revealed the real limitations of this magical power. They settled around the round table with hot tea, and the shepherd tried to inquire about the extent of manipulations with mana. Kjorn raised 3 fingers and clearly outlined the 3 main factors of magic complexity: affinity, inclination, and causality. The young man listened attentively to the explanation about affinity, which was determined by origin and usually concerned aristocrats. Placing his hand on the table, the traveler noticed it would be almost impossible for an outsider to heal his current wounds. Kjorn added that for the southern clan of Ravist, this would be easy thanks to the incredible strength of their blood. Turan interrupted him with interest and asked about the specifics of the second factor, inclination. The interlocutor explained everything as a habit of certain magic, and the boy recalled his fireball that he had just created. The wizard nodded and confirmed, frequently lighting an ordinary campfire really simplified mastering fire. Looking into the cup of milk, Kjorn called the third factor the most important and admitted that he himself did not fully understand it yet. The traveler asked what would happen if he tried to kill it with mana directly. The shepherd smiled and only predicted smoke from his own head. The wizard held his hand over the cup and warmed the milk, then agreed that this example perfectly described the lack of causality. Kjorn's hand hovered over the cup of milk that was already boiling. He said that the lack of causality appears without any proper reason. Turan replied to the wizard that he seemed to have understood what he was talking about. Flames flared in Turan's palms as he explained that fire was more natural than the abstract desire for death. Kjorn noticeably cheered up and stated that Turan should have become a scholar. At the round table, Turan wondered why he could control ordinary animals but could not manage magical ones the same way. Kjorn explained it was due to mana. A sheep peeked out the window of the house and saw Turan talking with Kjorn. Pensive Turan admitted magic was complicated and a good mage not only controlled mana but also understood its principles. Turan suggested that the Zakar house had some special magic, and Kjorn replied that they were skillfully raised and monitored. Kjorn offered Turan to try it himself, and he immediately agreed. Turan closed his eyes and wished to become invisible so that he could not be detected by sound or smell. Turan's face slowly dissolved into space. Kjorn shuddered upon hearing Turan's question, whether it had worked. Kjorn stood by the table and stared at the spot where Turan had just been. At Turan's place, only barely noticeable air fluctuations remained. The agitated Kjorn replied to Turan that everything worked and he did not see him. In the room by the window stood furniture and barrels, and that was all. By the window next to the furniture and barrels, Turan's figure gradually took shape as if he had appeared out of thin air. While Turan examined his hand, Kjorn admitted he had not seen such an ability for a long time and still felt horror from it. Kjorn considered invisibility a sneaky ability and warned Turan it did not make him invulnerable. Kjorn offered to teach Turan a few training techniques, and Turan stared in surprise at the diligence in training an enemy. Turan heard in response. He saved Kjorn's life and fed him, and this had been said before. Kjorn repeated again that he believed in Turan's personality. The bald, irritated man was pacing in anger and interrogating Turan why he was selling the sheep and who would now herd them. Turan stood on the street with the treasure on his back and listened as the angry man reproached him for making a decision without consulting the elders. Turan replied that they could find another shepherd, and his property was no one's concern. The fox-like man, the burly battered fellow, and the young man listened in surprise as Turan demanded a decent payment for the livestock. The surprised men silently listened as Turan warned, catching the sheep later would not be easy. The worried elder bit his lip and thought that nothing good would come if they continued to betray Turan. The elder handed Turan a bag of coins, accepted his terms, and confirmed that the road was already open. Turan, with a pouch of money and treasure on his back, walked the road towards new adventures together with Kjorn. Turan addressed Kjorn and stated that the settlement's inhabitants owed him a considerable compensation, then suggested to collect that money by force. Kjorn replied that it was none of his concern, and that it was Turan himself who caught the beast. Turan nodded at Kjorn's words, and Kjorn said at the crossroads that their paths were parting from there on. Kjorn asked Turan for forgiveness for not being able to go with him, and said that it would be better for him to travel alone. Turan replied to Kjorn those were minor things and thanked him for everything. Kjorn asked Turan to take care of himself. Turan waved his hand in farewell and hoped that they would meet again with a smile. Kjorn disappeared beyond the road, and Turan watched for a while as his figure faded into the distance. Only later did Turan realize why he did not want the old knight to address him formally. Turan remembered himself as a child next to his mother and understood. He had spent his whole life reaching for the image of his father. Turan silently watched Kjorn with his eyes. Sand dunes stretched across the endless desert. The wind wildly roamed between desert rocks and waves of sand. Among the rocks walked a lone traveler in a hooded cloak. Turan was recognized in his figure. Turan covered his face with his hand, shielding himself from the strong wind. Turan's gaze suddenly sharply caught on something important ahead. In the distance, Turan noticed a group of people among the dunes and decided they were traveling merchants. A man's boot confidently stepped on the sand while Turan decided to approach the strangers and ask for directions. Turan stopped in front of the people he encountered in the middle of the desert. A one-eyed man in a hood asked who Turan was. Turan introduced himself as a traveler and asked for directions. Turan heard in response that the road would lead him to the nearest city Muri. Turan thanked the strangers for their help and was already about to move on. The stranger blocked Turan's way and ordered him to stand still. A bold young man in a hood asked, could it be that Turan will just leave after they were given the information, and he asked what exactly they needed. The frozen, serious gaze of Turan was struck by the statement of the strangers. One had to pay for what was received. Those whom Turan took for merchants drew swords and demanded the backpack. Turan asked if they were bandits and in response heard only a brazen confirmation. The one-eyed bandit with a sword told Turan that in such a desert, a found corpse would hardly surprise anyone. The sharp tip of the sword pressed against Turan's neck while the bandits ordered him to take off his cloak and backpack without any unnecessary trouble. The angry one-eyed bandit asked if Turan understood everything, and Turan finally realized murderers were in front of him. In Turan's memory, a conversation with Kjorn at the round table in his house surfaced. Then Turan remembered how he nurtured a flame over a mug of boiling milk. The next memory was a conversation with a traveling wizard who revealed to him the subtleties of magic. A bold smile flashed across Turan's face when he decided to make desert bandits his training dummies. The bandits mocked Turan. They called him crazy for deciding as if he had magic. Turan's hand suddenly flared up, accumulating magical energy. The boy created a powerful whirlwind around himself, and the fierce wind instantly shredded the attackers along with their weapons. Turan wisely noted that focusing on already existing mana is much more effective than forming spells from thin air. The stunned enemies scattered in all directions, and the young man was surprised to find that he could raise such a storm almost without expending energy. With a light movement, he drew a few drops of water from his bottle. The liquid in the air instantly turned into sharp diamond polyhedrons. The mage confidently controlled the ice crystals, which obediently swirled around him. A primal horror froze on the face of one of the attackers. Turan directed the sharp blades at the bandit, and they mercilessly pierced his body through and through. He continued to rush into the attack, understanding that without a large body of water nearby, it was much easier and faster to work with ordinary stones. The one-eyed leader fell to his knees and, begging for mercy, assured that they did not know about his magical power. While he was showering him with promises, Turan clearly remembered the moment of their audacious attack. The young man lifted his leg heavily, preparing to stomp the ground with all his strength. Sharp rocks rose nearby and instantly tore apart and scattered the rest of the bandits. The surviving leader screamed in fear and could not believe his own eyes. Turan towered against the backdrop of the bloody spectacle and sharp stone boulders. When the mage approached with a question, the frightened leader obediently agreed to answer, hoping for clemency. The boy sincerely did not understand why they risked attacking a lone traveler. He could have been dangerous. Turan intently stared at the face of the enemy, who confessed. The reason was his excessive politeness. The bandit explained that because of the bowed head and words of gratitude, they took the mage for a weak commoner. The young man calmly listened to him and thanked him for the valuable life lesson. The criminal, with hope in his eyes, asked if he would now be given life. Instead of an answer, a deadly water drop swiftly struck the leader's head. At that moment, Turan remembered the stern face of Kjorn, the very one who once gave him an important instruction about future encounters with people. The mentor strictly forbade showing even a drop of pity to the bandits who profit from others' misfortune. Turan clearly remembered his sword on the table, and the words that a scoundrel left alive would later destroy dozens of innocent souls. In the middle of the desert, opposite the bloodied corpse, the boy realized that he had acted exactly according to the teacher's commandments. A satisfied smile flashed across his face, and he immediately moved on. Deep and clear wheel tracks appeared in the sand, so Turan easily determined where the bandits were heading next. Turan wandered the desert following the tracks of the bandit wagon, desperately trying to come across at least some settlement. The thought that he had taken a life would not leave his mind. The boy slowly made his way through the desert, relentlessly replaying the events of the recent clash in his mind. Before Turan's eyes appeared the image of the one-horned bandit, and this immediately caused a painful feeling of guilt. But he understood. He could not let the robbers go, because Kjorn always taught that those who kill for profit will inevitably find a new victim. Turan repeatedly recalled the faces of the robbers who had just tried to shorten his life. The young man walked further and further away from the bloody place. Just as the railway tracks were overgrown with grass, so the burden on his heart slowly receded after recalling the wise instructions of Kjorn. The traveler finally broke free from the scorching sands and saw ahead a green valley, his first step into the new world. Standing on the hilltop, Turan looked around confused and fascinated at the amazing landscapes of unknown lands. Before him stretched the picturesque town of Murray with lush multi-domed churches and neat streets against the backdrop of majestic mountains. From the traveler's perspective, a lively city street bustling with life unfolded. Making his way past the crowd, the boy was genuinely amazed. He had never before seen so many people in one place. His gaze caught a tall, multi-story building in no way resembling the simple huts from his native village. Turan slipped past the bright market stalls, clearly realizing now he was in a real city. The boy hesitantly approached a fruit vendor, who immediately began to kindly call him to his stall. The traveler politely apologized to the seller and admitted that he actually did not intend to buy anything. The words of Kjorn surfaced in his memory. In any city or town, first look for a tavern, there you could always rest. The seller's face instantly twisted with rage, and he rudely ordered the boy to get lost if he had no money. Turan looked puzzled at the insolent shopkeeper and wondered if such rudeness was an unspoken city rule for ordinary passersby. Trying to fix the situation, the young man pointed at the red apples and asked the price but received a brief answer: 2 ducats. Noticing how the boy was confusedly examining the coins in his palms, the merchant realized he was a foreigner and offered to pay in any other currency. Turan handed over a coin and asked how to get to the nearest establishment, and the seller gladly led him past a stall with cloaks straight to a huge tavern with a blue roof. On the heavy wooden doors, a neat sign flickered, shining brightly. At the threshold, the traveler was greeted by a beautiful blonde named Olna, who invited him inside with a smile. When Turan approached to inquire about the cost of lodging, the girl coquettishly remarked that the new guest seemed extremely attractive to her. Olna playfully informed him that a night in a room would cost 16 ducats. The boy obediently counted out the required amount and said he wanted to ask her about an important matter. When Turan asked if monsters roamed the outskirts for whose heads a reward was offered, the surprised girl fell silent for a moment. The boy thoughtfully considered. Hunting monsters would help him not only absorb mana but also earn a good income. Seeing the strange silence, Turan immediately asked the smiling beauty why she suddenly fell silent. Olna slyly noted that in their world, no information is obtained for free. Glancing at the wine barrels in the corner of the hall, Turan heard advice from the girl to turn to the city hall. Turan sat at the table in the tavern with a mug in his hand and asked Olna what the city hall was. The surprised girl leaned on the table with her hands and inquisitively asked if he really had never heard of it, noticing his rural origin. Turan listened attentively to Olna's story that public matters are decided in the city hall, and that hired officials work there under the Lord. Olna said it was already late and the city hall was closed, but advised Turan to go there tomorrow if he wanted to learn about rewards for monsters. The girl asked if he was not a hunter, and the young man asked her to clarify what she meant. Olna explained that according to rumors, a common person after hunting monsters can become a wizard, and asked if that was his intention. Suddenly, a heavy male hand lay on Turan's shoulder, and an unfamiliar voice said that only fools believe in such superstitions. A burly blond man with a headband introduced himself as the hunter Midden, and claimed that killing a monster really opens the path to magic. Olna joyfully greeted Midden, and he only smiled in response and said, "He will not die until he gains magical power." Turan decisively removed the stranger's hand from his shoulder and forced Midden, who was laughing, to apologize with a laugh for the familiarity. The young man asked the guest to tell in more detail how, after the victory over the monster, an ordinary person can turn into a wizard. Olna listened attentively to the story that magical power grows during the extermination of monsters, and this principle works even on commoners. Midden pointed to his 3 comrades and said that the 4 of them hunt precisely for this reason. The men nodded to confirm his words. Turan asked if any of them was a mage, but he was told, "In the city there is only the Lord's court wizard and his 3 apprentices." Midden asked about Turan's goal, scrutinized his poor equipment, and, inquiring if he had a weapon, pressed the question. The boy showed a sling for throwing stones, and Midden noticed with surprise, judging by the wear, it was used very often. Turan assured the impressed Midden that the sling shoots excellently with anything the size of an egg, and he advised hunting monster rabbits with it. Midden admitted that their squad could really use an accurate shooter, and suggested the boy join the hunt. Turan's face remained calm as he politely declined the offer and thanked for the invitation. Later, Turan rested in a luxurious hotel room of the tavern and thought that he had no reason to risk his life together with Midden. The young man tiredly looked at the ceiling, replaying in his head the events of this crazy day. Casting a glance at his backpack and modest gear, he still could not believe that he had dared to leave his native village forever. An unknown hand in the darkness began to fill with powerful energy, and its owner thought, the boy still has more ahead of him. Suddenly Turan became alert. A suspicious movement passed by the wall. He instantly sat up on the bed and loudly shouted towards the door, "Who is there?" The young man remembered how he and Kjorn had been sneaking through the forest, and the mentor had strictly ordered, never lose vigilance even when resting in the tavern. The words of Kjorn surfaced in his memory, a big city never guarantees safety to a traveler. Turan recalled his own promise to the senior comrade, always be ready and never relax for a moment. At that moment, a gray-haired man in dark clothes, wrapped in magical energy, slowly reached out his hand to the latch of Turan's room. The boy decisively stepped forward and opened the door of his room himself. Turan's gaze instantly flashed with surprise at what he saw. At the threshold stood Olna, who awkwardly asked if she was disturbing his rest. The girl began to excuse herself, saying that the rooms were very cold, so she came to warm him this night. Seeing the silent question in the eyes of the stunned Turan, Olna silently began to untie the straps on her clothes. Turan stood in the doorway of his room in the tavern and clarified with Olna what exactly she meant when she offered to warm him up. Olna moved her leg closer to his leg and promised to fulfill any desire for a moderate fee, but the young man asked what to do if he needed nothing. The beautiful girl approached almost face to face with Turan, placed her hand on his shoulder, and assured him that she could read everything from his face. Turan's face at that moment became completely calm and impassive like Buddha's. Olna froze with a stunned expression, not understanding at all why the boy reacted so strangely. At that moment, Turan clearly imagined the angry face of Kjorn as if he was mentally shouting, "Do not dare to do this." The boy recalled their conversation with Kjorn at the pasture near their native village, when he persistently ordered to be careful with tavern staff due to the high risk of catching dangerous diseases. Turan again remembered the stern admonition of the mentor. For wizards with their resilience, this is not a threat, but an ordinary man risks then infecting some innocent girl. The angry Olna quickly turned around and walked away, and the young man thought, first the owner of the fruit stall, and now her. All this only confirms how hard it is to live in the city. The boy lay on the bed and pondered the heartlessness of the townspeople. They demanded money even for a simple conversation or secret information. Suddenly he remembered Midden's conversation with comrades. One of them addressed his boss with interest. Partners were fighting on the stairs following Midden and doubted whether it was worth calling Turan. He was only fit for the role of bait. Turan pondered, replaying the leader's words in his head. The young man reminded him of himself in his youth. Because of this, he even began to worry about the boy with such a weak weapon. Midden told his comrades that he wanted to help the boy survive, and they only noted, "He has too good a heart." Lying in bed, Turan recalled these words and concluded that not all city dwellers are heartless after all. His gaze fixed on a beautiful 3-story building that towered in the middle of the city street. In the town hall, Turan was met by a mustached, middle-aged man in a business suit who politely asked the purpose of his visit. The boy decided to clarify whether his interlocutor was an official, and he calmly, without fuss, confirmed his status. The official's face instantly became stone-like as soon as Turan declared that he intended to hunt monsters. The young man again recalled Kjorn once he was petting a sheep and warned that the surrounding world would not be kind to him. Then Turan asked about the reasons, and the mentor replied, "No one repays kindness, so a different approach is needed for good treatment from people." Turan clearly remembered Kjorn's advice to immediately call himself a wizard before whom ordinary people always bow. The official silently handed Turan an official drawing depicting a 3-legged monster. Holding the paper in his hands, the boy heard a warning. The drawing cannot be taken with him, so it must be immediately returned after viewing. Turan spotted the 3-eyed and 3-legged toothy raven and asked the official if it was really a monster. The official replied ironically, "It is definitely not a cat." Making notes, the clerk strictly ordered, "If successful, bring the carcass here so that the magistrate can extract the mana and stop the creature's transformation into a vengeful spirit." Turan carefully looked at the image as the official spoke about the city charter prescribing execution for hiding a killed monster. Recalling his recent fight with a forest spirit, the boy nodded mentally. He had seen such things with his own eyes and did not intend to step on the same rake again. When Turan asked if hunting monsters was the exclusive duty of knights, the official with a pen in hand snorted in surprise at such naivety. The youth returned the raven drawing to the official, who added at the end that knights should maintain order in the city, not catch creatures beyond its borders. Turan left the spacious hall of the town hall a place for the official's contemptuous words. He called him a senseless vagabond and advised hunting monsters far outside the city. The official watched the boy with his gaze and cynically thought that beyond the city gates another corpse would soon await them. On the floor lay the dead gaze of the killed monster raven. The bloodied carcass of the creature with a hole in its chest lay in the middle of the hall where Turan had just brought it. The town hall officials looked at the brought prey with surprise. A mustached clerk who had just spoken with the boy stared at the monster in shock and began to doubt what he was seeing. Turan calmly stood next to the men who could not believe his lightning-fast return from a successful hunt. The official composed himself with a serious face and asked the youth if he had defeated the Turan on his own. Turan nodded confidently. The boy inquired about his reward, and the impressed clerk promised to pay all the money immediately. The man handed Turan a heavy pouch, advising him to rest well after such hard work, and the hunter responded with a restrained thank you. Other workers eagerly examined the corpse of the winged creature and marveled that its sharp wing blades remained completely undamaged. The mustached man suddenly noticed that Turan still had not left and spoke to him in surprise. Those present exchanged glances in astonishment when the boy suddenly asked if there were any other orders. The clerks warned Turan with concern, hoping he did not intend to continue hunting without a break. In the tavern, the table was laden with meat, cheese, and salyanka, and Olna proudly declared that these were the most expensive items on their menu. With a smile, she showed off the lavish feast and admitted that she never imagined how it was possible to destroy 30 monsters in 3 days. Turan eagerly devoured the food, while the girl questioned him about his considerable earnings. The boy raised his glass and contradicted Olna, making it clear that money was not his priority. He recalled how recently he had taken mana from a slain forest creature, fully understanding that this energy was his true goal. Memories of how the monster cat absorbed power confirmed that thanks to these crystals he had become significantly stronger. The young man examined his own palms and thought, compared to the day he met Kjorn, his mana had increased many times over. His gaze clouded, he realized he had reached his limit because he would not be able to advance further on weak monsters. Olna suddenly called out to the boy, forcing him to divert his attention from heavy thoughts. Turan addressed the hosts and asked in surprise why they were not eating, but they just waved him off, leaving all the initiative to the guest. The girl watched in amazement as he devoured the food, and the cook sincerely rejoiced. The client liked the dishes he had not cooked for a long time. The hunter sincerely thanked both for the delicious dinner and promised to try even harder next time. Suddenly, someone's bold hand firmly grabbed Turan by the collar from behind. 2 impudent young men blocked his way, and one of them rudely asked if the boy was eating too much alone. Turan heard laughter behind his back about his skinny figure and a proposal to share the money he had earned with new partners. The young man quickly turned around and with a sharp strike of the edge of his palm hit the insolent one in the face with all his might. The insolent young man was swearing next to his friend opposite Turan, who was already preparing to defend himself, while the other attacker was calling him cattle. Turan calmly replied to the attacker, he himself asked for trouble. The daring young man raised his fist and shouted that Turan should not get cocky. Turan anticipated him and with a powerful punch to the face, knocked the attacker to the floor. Another guy grabbed a stool and tried to hit Turan with it. Turan reacted instantly and intercepted the blow with his hand. Clasping his fingers, Turan with a swing delivered a powerful jab straight to the forehead of the second attacker. From this blow, the guy flipped upside down. Olna loudly screamed across the entire tavern and demanded that the men immediately stop the fight. Behind stood 4 beaten young men, and the man in front of them bowed his head apologetically, asking for forgiveness. Turan listened to the man's promise to talk to the insolent ones so that this would not happen again. Midden with bowed head together with the beaten boys stood in the corridor, while the elder justified himself with lack of money and envy of Turan's success. By Midden's order, 2 attackers, stammering, mumbled their apologies. Turan inquired about their difficult situation and Midden admitted they were stuck on a shoal. He gloomily said that in 3 days they would lack money even for a roof over their heads, and blamed it all on the fact that these were purely their problems. Midden was sincerely surprised when Turan suddenly handed him a pouch of coins. The puzzled man asked why such generosity, and Turan replied, "This is payment for kindness and care about his fate in the team." At the end, Turan said that help is never free, he needed important information. Satisfied, Midden assured that this was his specialty, and promised to tell everything down to the smallest details. The bright sun flooded the beautiful and neat cityscape. Turan stood in a forest glade and pondered. This hunt in Muria would be his last. Thoughts about moving flashed across his thoughtful face. Midden's stories forced him to finish matters here. He recalled the conversation at the tavern table, considering the obtained information extremely useful and Midden himself a wonderful person. Turan smiled at his thoughts. Midden, although less experienced than Kjorn, was much kinder than him. Turan's gaze suddenly became wary. He sniffed and clearly caught a suspicious smell in the air. The boy instantly sprang up and ran towards the stench, silently hoping for a mistake. His fingers touched the tree trunk. It bore huge deep scratches. Turan abruptly stopped and saw the scene he feared so much. Under the tree on the grass sat a bloodied young man. Turan looked closely and recognized the boy from Midden's company. The face of the slain youth was completely covered in blood. Nearby froze another dead gaze, and Turan shuddered. Near the bloodied hand of the deceased lay the same coins Turan had recently given to Midden. The hunter bent low over the unfortunate body. Staring at the mutilated face of the dead Midden, Turan whispered a confused question about what had happened to them. Turan heard the boy dying under the tree barely croak some word. The youth who was dying tried with his last strength to pronounce the word crow. Bleeding, the boy finally clearly pronounced the word rabbit. Before his eyes appeared the bloodied snout of a terrible monster rabbit. A huge creature suddenly pounced on one of the wounded youths. Turan, who was sitting by Midden's lifeless body, shuddered at the noise and sharply turned back. The bloodthirsty monster fiercely stared at those present with burning red eyes. The youth froze and carefully, intently studied the behavior of the dangerous creature. The beast struck like lightning in an attack directly at Turan. The boy got angry and instantly realized the colossal speed of the enemy. Looking at the huge spiky beast with a bloody gaze, the hero realized he had barely escaped death. Turan confidently prepared the weapon and quickly spun the sling. The boy raised the weapon above his head and accelerated to maximum speed to deliver a powerful strike. The deadly projectile, filled with magical energy, flew straight at the target. The youth relentlessly threw one charged stone after another at the beast. The glowing projectiles flew at insane speed directly toward the monster's head. The creature deftly deflected the first attack, striking with powerful hind legs. The beast easily blocked all the stones thrown at it by the opponent. Watching this, Turan realized the enemy was used to deflecting blows with such projectiles. The massive paw of the creature was covered with sharp and strong claws. The monster jumped high, trying to reach the boy while he was in the air. The large eye of the monster filled with rage and shone with a bloody light. Where the hero had just stood, only a faint trace of pure energy remained. The leap turned into a failure. The bewildered beast never understood where its target disappeared. Turan suddenly appeared behind the enemy, with a bare dagger in his hand. Finding himself behind the treacherous creature, the young man froze, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. The hero deeply plunged the blade straight into the carotid artery of the bloodied monster. The wounded creature struck the boy with its paws in a turn, and he flew far back. Turan crashed at full speed into the tree trunk and began to melt like an illusion. The monster jumped again, and its body was pierced through by a yellow-orange energy beam. Yellow-orange waves of energy suddenly tightly surrounded the fiercest rabbit monster. The red-eyed monster desperately tried to escape the trap. The wounded beast howled eerily in the clearing, knocking down trees around. From the deep wound on the rabbit's neck, blood chirped incessantly. The bloodied monster helplessly collapsed to the ground, staring wide-eyed and sticking out its tongue. Turan took several powerful steps to finally finish off the monster. The warrior silently froze opposite the fallen giant rabbit. The boy sharply stretched out his hand forward and began to absorb the mana of the slain creature. Turan focused on drawing the remnants of magical energy from the monster's body. The youth's face flared with a powerful surge of strength and volume. It far exceeded the mana of the leopard he had defeated earlier. Turan instantly became alert upon hearing a sudden quiet exclamation of disbelief behind him. Under the tree sat Midden's wounded companion, who, amazed, called Turan a sorcerer. To confirm the boy's words, the youth indignantly asked why he had hidden his true nature. Turan inquired of the bloodied fighter whether he had family to pass his belongings to, but the man only shook his head. The exhausted youth under the tree bitterly wept, staring at the body of his fallen leader. Turan involuntarily recalled Midden's stories about the luxurious nearby city of Orem and its famous great library. A memory surfaced of their conversation in the tavern, where his friend enthusiastically described thousands of rare books. Then Midden good-naturedly noted that the very mention of books finally stirred genuine interest in the gloomy Turan. The comrade remarked that not everyone is allowed in there. The traveler immediately asked how to get in. Hearing in response that entry is open exclusively to wizards, Turan only calmly nodded. Soon fresh graves appeared in the forest. There rested Midden and his people. Bowing his head before the lonely crosses, the boy quietly promised to set out for Orem. With sadness looking at the ground, he wished his friend's soul a much happier next life. Turan turned around and walked through the thickets in search of the mysterious city. After some time, the traveler was already standing in a long human queue in front of the city gate. While waiting for his turn, he mentally laughed at how once the tiny Murray had managed to impress him. Before him finally appeared the majestic and expansive landscapes of Orem. Wandering his gaze past the stern guards, Turan was surprised by such a huge number of people eager to break inside. The boy quickly realized that the soldiers were carefully filtering out criminals from the crowd. Approaching the gate, he only became more convinced that the local security system was reliable and strong. Turan was about to pass through the gates, but the guard stopped him with an order to stand still. This sincerely surprised the boy. The guard at the city gate strictly forbade Turan entry. The guard disdainfully glanced at the boy's dirty clothes, ordered him to step back and immediately brush himself off. In the middle of the landscape rose a majestic multi-story tower, entirely covered with green ivy. The structure rose in the very heart of the city, attracting glances with dense thickets on the walls. Turan was enchantedly examining the structure, recalling Midden's stories about the legendary local library. The boy could not take his eyes off the grandeur of the building, assuming that magic was definitely involved here. The entrance to the magical repository was carefully guarded by armed sentinels. Turan delicately asked to be let inside, but in response heard, "Only wizards are allowed there." The stunned guard listened with distrust to the boy's claim that he belonged to the mages. The angry warrior became furious over the obvious lie and reminded about the death penalty for such fabrications. The man extended his hand forward in an iron gauntlet blocking the way and assuring that Turan did not look like a mage at all. Suddenly, the guard's metal glove began to rapidly redden from unbearable heat. Turan instantly recalled Kjorn's words about how mages sense each other's power and rank through mana. The young man's gaze suddenly became incredibly serious and focused. Turan's eyes flared with a dangerous red fire, and he decisively stretched out his hand forward. The frightened guard, gasping for breath, tried with his last strength to resist the boy's powerful energy wave. One of the fighters fell under the pressure of the force, and Turan calmly asked his companion how he was feeling. The warrior, fallen to the ground, realized with horror. Before him stood at least a low-ranking aristocrat. Rising, the Knight of Kensa from the Volta's house respectfully inquired about the origin of the powerful stranger. Turan indifferently asked whether it was really necessary to answer such questions for a simple visit to the library. Kensa explained that entry required the Lord's permission and promised to immediately send a request to his house. Soon Turan was already resting in a luxuriously furnished room. The boy pondered thoughtfully. The primary plan seemed much simpler to him. A neat maid in traditional attire appeared nearby. The girl respectfully began to wash the unexpected guest's hand. The young man sat on the edge of a huge bath surrounded by 3 maids and sincerely did not understand how it had come to this. Completely wet, Turan tried to slow down the process, assuring the girls that he could manage on his own from now on. The maids were afraid of punishment for poor hospitality, so the young man had to allow them to continue their work. Outside the window, an incredible and majestic view of the wealthy city of Orem unfolded. One of the maids in uniform exclaimed excitedly, and the surprised Turan asked what exactly had impressed her so much. The frightened girl immediately covered her mouth with her hands in fear. Elegantly dressed, Turan adjusted his hair and smiled, asking if there was something on his face. Stammering, the maid apologized and admitted that she had lost her speech only because of his beauty. Turan calmed the girl and she shyly asked not to be addressed formally, as she was only a servant. The young man looked at her in surprise and sincerely, his eyes lighting up. Turan stood in the middle of the luxurious gilded hall. On one side, the maids froze in a bow, and opposite waited a pink-haired girl. The green-eyed girl, accompanied by a burly guard, arrogantly asked if this was the young man who had just come in rags. She noticed after bathing the beggar became a prince, but Turan politely asked her not to fan the flames. The young man stepped closer and introduced himself, then the girl gave her name Azella. When asked about his origin, Turan refused, citing personal reasons. Azella only smiled playfully and said she sincerely regretted such secrecy. The girl cunningly pondered his secrets, deciding whether to play with him a little. Suddenly, Azella straightened up opposite the guest, and powerful streams of magical energy rapidly swirled around her body. Amusing herself with magic, she smiled and ordered Turan to show his own power. The young man's face remained calm until the foreign energy completely enveloped him. Turan's face was brightly highlighted by pure mana. Azella and Turan stood opposite each other in a spacious hall on a colorful carpet, illuminated by their own magical light. The energy of the young people flared so powerfully that the frightened guard jumped back and shielded 3 maids. Dazzling streams of multicolored power swiftly surged up to the very ceiling of the hall. Feeling relief, Turan exhaled calmly. An admiring smile flashed across Azella's face. The girl looked at her own palms in black gloves with surprise. Azella suddenly addressed the boy, pulling him out of deep thought. She suddenly looked Turan straight in the eyes and unexpectedly proposed to marry her. A funny picture appeared. Shocked, Turan listens to the marriage proposal from the pink-haired girl. From such an unexpected turn, Turan even broke out in a sweat from surprise. Azella laughed cheerfully, noticing his funny facial expression and immediately turning everything into a joke. However, slyly glancing at the young man, she advised him to think it was still possible to take the place of her partner. Soon the pink-haired girl, accompanied by a burly guard, left the hall, leaving Turan in the middle of the hall together with the maids. The young man silently watched the mysterious guest with his gaze. Turan's gaze suddenly became extremely thoughtful. His palm noticeably trembled after the contact. Anxious, Turan examined his own fingers and pondered that Azella's mana was in no way inferior to his own. On the screen appeared the majestic coat of arms of the noble Valtes family. In the spacious office behind a luxurious gilded desk sat a well-dressed man, and Turan stood opposite him. The master of the office greeted Turan as a young aristocrat and introduced himself, Lord Oram, named Rag Valtes. When the boy named himself, the lord clarified whether this young man really wished to enter their famous library. Rag Valtes immediately warned there were no ancient secrets or manuscripts for instant mana increase there. Turan assured the lord of his pure intentions, and he agreed to admit the guest, as there were no secrets of the Valtes house there. From the window of the estate there was a wonderful view of the tower, and the lord suggested Turan rest and come back tomorrow. The ancient tower of the library was picturesquely wrapped in dense green ivy thickets. The guards at the entrance politely bowed to Turan, confirmed his right to visit, and invited him inside the heavenly library. Turan's eyes flashed with genuine admiration. Through the majestic dome, bright sun rays poured into the building, highlighting the spiral staircase. The young man froze and looked around, sincerely marveling at the unique architectural design of these spiral stairs. Turan found himself in a huge hall with a stone floor, long wooden tables, and countless shelves where books lay everywhere in stacks. The surprised boy suddenly heard a girl's voice. A stranger greeted him and said she was glad to meet him. A short girl with long hair and a dress with overly long sleeves introduced herself as the local librarian. The dark-haired, gray-eyed girl added that by the lord's order she had to explain the simple local rules to him. The puzzled Turan pondered the librarian's young age while she voiced the prohibition against taking out and damaging books. The girl poked her finger in his face and declared constant supervision, after which Turan asked her to step back for her own comfort. Frozen in the middle of the hall, Turan asked her about her own reading, but the girl only assured him she would easily pick any book for him. The librarian inquired about his preferences. She mentioned romance, history, and even erotic literature, considering his age. The thoughtful Turan was genuinely surprised by such a specific request from a young girl. The gray-eyed librarian looked sternly at the boy as soon as he voiced his desire to study the basic structure of this world. Tall stacks of various literature quickly grew on the table. The girl laid out old volumes, noting that they would help to understand the world, and Turan sincerely thanked her for the help. The boy focused and carefully examined one of the chosen books. Turan, clutching an ancient folio in his hands, deeply pondered for the first time what a book really is. He flipped through the pages, carefully deciphering unknown drawings and ancient texts. Turan's face remained as serious as possible while he immersed himself in reading. The boy froze with excitement, having found something incredibly important for himself on the pages. Turan's life turned into a stable routine, and he spent hours sitting between the shelves. In his imagination, night seas, mountains, and the basics of geography grew with descriptions of continents. Before the boy's eyes flashed images of strange forest creatures, such as those he had learned about from texts. Imagination painted whimsical sea creatures as detailed as in ancient editions. The boy studied descriptions of ancient weapons, the etiquette of wizards, and information about monsters of a past era. Turan's face froze in extreme concentration. With each mastered page, his formerly limited world became clearer and more understandable. Ragvaltos sat thoughtfully at the desk before the typewriter and asked if the library had been useful. Turan answered affirmatively. In the office, the Lord reminded Turan, access to the books is an act of goodwill, not just a sign of respect for his title. Lord Valtos hinted that a favor was needed, and the boy asked his interlocutor to speak frankly. Against the backdrop of the cityscape of Aurum, Valtos told about a monster in the north that had already eaten 4 night hunters. The thoughtful lord admitted that aristocrats needed to get involved and promised to provide Turan with everything necessary, assigning 2 fighters. Turan agreed to the dangerous hunt, understanding that protecting people is the direct duty of every wizard. Turan recalled an official from the town hall and immediately felt uneasy. The man insisted that the knights were busy and the mages generally did not interfere in such matters. Lord Valtes explained to Turan heatedly, the northern path blocked by the monster is critically important for Aurum, and the trade has been ongoing for 10 days. Turan listened carefully to the lord and realized, the siege began even before his arrival, so now the reason for such sudden hospitality became obvious. The heavy boots of the knights rhythmically tapped on the stone pavement of the city street. A squad of equipped warriors led by Turan, a pink-haired girl, and her guard broke through the massive city gate. Azella sweetly stretched upward with her hands in black gloves, grumbling discontentedly about her father's character. During the warm-up, the girl indignantly stated that her father even brought a guest to the hunters if all the other warriors were completely unreliable to him. Lightly dressed Azella coquettishly remarked to Turan that she did not blame him but considered her father's warnings significantly exaggerated. The young man nearby sternly admonished Azella about respecting their father, but the bold girl sharply ordered him to back off. Offended by such rudeness from his sister, the boy only silently threatened her with his fist in response. Marvin Valtes politely introduced himself to Turan, joy from the acquaintance and future cooperation words as a sign of respect. The swordsman responded in kind. The ironclad boot board tossed a few small stones from the forest path. Carefree Azella dashed forward, waved her hand, and called Turan's brother and other knights to deal with the monster faster and return to rest. Marvin Valtes with a cunning smile approached Turan and asked if he liked his older sister, but instead heard a clear, firm no. Marvin laughed sincerely apparently, he quite liked the words he heard from his companion. The unexpected order to stop made all the travelers freeze in confusion. 2 knights rolled up to the shattered cart under the watchful eyes of Azella, Turan, and the rest of the squad. Examining the debris, the warriors concluded that it was the work of the sought-after monster, and the victims, it seemed, were moving from the south. Deep in thought, Turan silently stood next to the worried knight. On the splintered wood, a deep imprint of a huge palm of an unknown creature was clearly visible. The knights closely examined the trace on the debris and concluded, the attacker was a giant primate. Turan stepped closer and ordered everyone to carefully look at the specific shape of the paw print left behind. The swordsman suggested, after attacking the merchants, the beast retreated into the thicket, so the squad has a chance to track it by the fresh traces. Azella looked at her brother in surprise and admitted that she did not possess search magic. Marvin also helplessly just shrugged his shoulders. Turan leaned over the broken cart, carefully reading every detail, and promised his companions to find the direction of the animal's movement. The girl inquired whether he was from hunting lands, to which Turan calmly replied that he simply had extensive practical experience. Closing his eyes, the swordsman deeply inhaled the scent of the found scarf and mentally activated a tracking spell. Turan's gaze instantly sharpened and became focused. A barely noticeable magical trail of scent stretched deep into the dark and dense forest thicket. Confidently determining the exact location of the monster by the left trail, Turan decisively pointed his hand in the right direction. Turan and his companions reached a stream crossing the road, and the boy said, "The monkey stopped here and apparently decided to bathe." Azella addressed Turan and asked whether the monster had deliberately tried to do this to throw them off the trail. Turan replied to Azella that maybe the monkey just wanted to wash. A moment flashed on Turan's face when he again sensed the monster's scent. Turan sharply turned around and roared at his companions, "Danger is behind them." Before them appeared a burly monkey monster with a huge mouth and blood-red eyes. The monkey monster suddenly lunged at the knights of the squad. The monkey monster with its mighty hand chipped off whole chunks from the rock. One of the knights sharply and loudly ordered everyone to keep their distance. The monkey monster began throwing stones. Almost every one of those present was hit and wounded by them. Wounded knights of the squad were left lying on the ground. Turan managed to jump up in time and dodge the stones thrown by the monkey monster. Turan's face froze in shock when he saw all that the monkey had done. The frame carved the bloodied face of one of the wounded knights. The bloodied knights shielded Azella with their bodies, and the faces of the girl and her brother changed strangely. Azella began dispersing a powerful energy flow with her hands. Turan silently watched everything that was happening around. The enraged Azella shouted loudly and commanded the squad to attack. The monkey monster confidently pressed on the knights armed with swords. The moment came when the monkey suddenly stopped its advance, turned around, and started to flee. The monster monkey dashed away, and Azella commanded to chase and run after it. At that time, Turan's sling was already loaded with heavy stones. Azella and her brother watched the fleeing monster monkey and were outraged by its extraordinary agility. Past Azella's face, who was trying to catch up with the monkey, flew the first small stone launched by Turan's sling. The girl did not stop and kept running as other stones flew past her, thrown at the monster. Energy streams and stones aimed at the monster monkey flew from afar from the depths of the forest. Azella, her brother, and the rest of the warriors were desperately trying to catch up with the monkey. The monster monkey shuddered from the energy hit launched by Turan. A close-up shot captured the monkey's mouth, struck by pain. The diamond launched by Turan hit the target precisely and wounded the monkey. Azella and her brother sharply turned to see where the weapon that so accurately struck the monster had come from. Before them stood Turan, entirely enveloped in white-blue energy, with a sling in his hand. A serious and thoughtful face of Turan appeared on the screen. Azella and her brother watched in fascination as the monkey monster, struck by Turan's equipment, landed heavily. Azella, extending her hand forward, sternly ordered the creature to die. The girl concentrated her powers, and from her palm grew a powerful, bright orange-yellow stream of pure energy. The stream of magic, like a giant snake, swiftly burst from Azella's hand and flew toward the wounded monster. The snake's mouth, woven from magic, opened threateningly in the air. Azella's energy serpent instantly reached the head of the giant monkey. A powerful and destructive explosion erupted from the collision of fierce magic and the monster. Turan, with a serious expression, watched this, acknowledging the power of the ancestral pyromancer magic of the Volta's house. The knights exhaled in relief together, deciding that the danger was finally over. Azella confessed to Turan that she got goosebumps when the stones flew very close by. Marvin Voltas laughed and asked his sister if she was scared, but in response she only accused him of a girlish scream, and the young man disagreed with that. The wounded fighters needed help, so the other knights began to think about how best to bandage their deep wounds. On the battlefield, the warriors actively helped each other, applying healing ointments and putting on bandages. Turan mentally resented this disorder, and was glad only of one thing: this time they managed to avoid serious casualties. The boy remembered the shock-distorted faces of Azella and her brother when the knights covered them with their bodies, and decided that the wounds could have been easily avoided. Turan's gaze became heavy and deeply thoughtful. Watching his brother and sister, Turan reflected that their bodies, strengthened by mana, were much stronger than ordinary people, and they used the warriors as a shield without hesitation. Marvin Voltas caught this watchful look and asked cautiously what had happened. Turan answered evenly that everything was fine. Azella urged Turan not to dawdle and to join faster in absorbing the mana of the slain monster, and he immediately agreed. Together with Marvin and Azella, Turan prepared to take the power. He leaned over the dead body of the monkey monster. Hovering his hand over the prey, the boy began greedily absorbing the remnants of magic into himself. Closing his eyes, Turan recalled fragments from the book. The shared absorption of mana by several people does not reduce the degree of enhancement for each. Soon Azella announced that she had reached her limit, and Marvin confirmed he too could not contain anymore. The brother and sister exchanged surprised glances. They noticed that the mana capacity of the aristocrat Turan, who had not yet reached his peak, was no less than theirs. Turan greedily absorbed the remaining magical energy of the monster on his own. The exhausted hunting party finally set off back and approached the gates of the city of Orem. Marvin sincerely thanked Turan and admitted, without his precise strike and tracking skills, they would not have been able to defeat this creature. Turan replied reservedly to his comrade that there was nothing special about it. The boy confessed to his closer comrades. He was even ashamed because the monster also skillfully hid and managed to strike first. Turan thoughtfully pondered that the abilities of monsters directly depend on their appearance. The squad approached the city gate while the leader thought about the unusual eyes of the monkey monster, which helped it see through the forest and throw stones. Marvin shuddered at such cleverness of his comrade, and he admitted that he had simply been studying an encyclopedia in the library recently. The friends just smiled. Marvin considered that place a dump, and Azella recalled the language of books too complicated to understand. The boy discreetly advised Aisley to ask the caretaker for simpler literature next time. The girl was genuinely surprised by the mention of the employee, but Turan confidently stuck to his line. Hearing that his companion had never known about the existence of staff there, the young man was sincerely confused. The majestic tower of the book repository loomed against the evening sky, where the sun was slowly setting. As soon as Turan stepped over the threshold of the hall, the little caretaker immediately greeted him and called him by name. The aristocrat became wary. No commoner or knight would dare such a familiar address. Watching the little one, he increasingly realized her appearance did not at all suit the profession. Finally, the boy directly asked where she knew his name from. The worried girl froze for a moment, not knowing how to answer that question. Settling right on the table, she slyly asked the guest about his own observations. The young man assured her he was not mistaken, and then the little one confessed she had learned everything only through his permission. She raised her hand and the book flew into the air, after which she declared that nothing in these walls could be hidden from her gaze. While magically transporting the next volume, Turan asked how he should call her now. The girl jumped down to the floor and indifferently replied that she had no name, so he could choose any form of address. Launching a few more folios into the air, she coquettishly asked to be called Dear, but the boy firmly chose the dry librarian. She indignantly approached his face, tearing everything down in memory of how he had been chasing her with errands for days, although the young man denied everything. Turan asked her to step back and not disturb the space, then directly asked if she was a sorceress of the past era. The interlocutor suddenly rose all the way to the dome of the tower and cheerfully announced that she did not belong to the human race at all. Throwing back her head, the knight watched her and the flying tomes as she circled under the ceiling and asked if the image of a spirit suited her. The girl explained that a spirit embodied in an object animates it, so this entire huge building is her true body. Descending lower, she added that she had taken this form only for convenience, adapting to the preferences of the visitor himself. The troubled young man ordered her to stop making things up, but she only matched her appearance with the true reflection in the water. The young aristocrat began to closely examine the details of her strange silhouette. He decisively reached out his hand, but his fingers passed unobstructed through the dense, transparent energy. From this touch, the girl grimaced from unpleasant sensations, sharply demanded to remove the hands, and forced the boy to awkwardly apologize. At the end, she started to sob and began to complain about how much it annoyed her that she could not use force against strangers. Turan looked at the shelves with books and listened to the girl librarian, who was furious about visitors taking books out. The boy noticed in Volta's house and throughout the city, it seemed, they did not even know about her existence. The cheerful girl was spinning in the air and assured Turan that he was simply the first sufficiently qualified to meet her. Trying to hug the boy, she coquettishly added that the creator had hidden her from the eyes of all who had not reached a certain level of magic. Turan seriously asked what exactly she meant, and the librarian explained everything with the word lineage affiliation. When the young man asked if she could determine his lineage, the girl advised him to ask his parents, but he called himself an orphan. Intrigued, the girl nodded and agreed to help, but in return asked Turan for permission to examine his body. This idea did not please the boy at all. It caused him genuine fear. Looking at the spirit, Turan doubted whether this procedure was really so necessary. The next moment he shuddered with horror when the transparent hand of the librarian suddenly plunged straight into his chest. The girl cheerfully announced her success, and Turan, feeling no pain, only asked her to stop these ambiguous expressions. Focusing, she saw in his veins the blood of hunters and pursuers of the Zakar lineage, and the boy immediately confirmed it. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes in surprise, noticing signs of yet another mixing in his genealogy. At Turan's request, she explained the details. He is the product of a union of two noble families, but the second line is still unclear. The young man listened carefully to her conclusion that the hidden bloodline is normal and will manifest only when he becomes stronger. Turan pondered, recalling his late mother, who indeed seemed too educated and mannered for an ordinary commoner. Imagining her image, he decided that she was from a noble family, but such a distant descendant that she never became a knight. He bowed gratefully to the girl, but in return she demanded that the boy stay with her for another month. Revealing the true nature of his companion, Turan no longer read alone. From now on, he constantly consulted with her about the content and wondered if there really are so many invisible substances in the world. The little librarian remembered by heart even those folios that had vanished without a trace or were stolen over the last 1,000 years. She showed him a drop of water on her finger and explained, "Through such a lens one can see the hidden elements of nature." Inspired, Turan realized the ability to get simple answers to the complex laws of the universe was priceless. The boy learned about the existence of microorganisms that cause diseases and which people often swallow along with food. He quickly mastered the basic principles of light reaction, heating, as well as the processes of damage and regeneration of living tissues. Sitting at the table in front of an ordinary apple, Turan decisively announced the start of his first experiment on the decomposition of matter. As soon as his finger touched the fruit stem, the apple's skin rapidly began to change color. Under the influence of his magic, the apple instantly rotted right before his eyes. Evaluating the result, Turan told the surprised girl that understanding the correct principles allows one to spend mana many times less. Radically transforming his perception of the surrounding world, the young man took a colossal step forward as a wizard. Turan noted to the girl librarian that some houses simply monopolized basic knowledge, since its availability would remove privileges from the aristocrats. The interlocutor nodded, saying that now she fully understood the reason for the constant decline of human education. Before her eyes rose a majestic tower of an ancient library all covered in green ivy that densely entwined it. While the girl amused herself by tossing books into the air, Turan announced his departure with hints to the host despite her attempts to detain him. The little librarian suddenly choked on tears and screamed piercingly, demanding that the traveler definitely take her with him. The boy silently watched her tantrum on the floor and asked in surprise if she was even capable of leaving the walls of this building. The girl admitted that she could not leave, so instead she offered Turan to stay under her care, but he decisively refused. Offended by the refusal, the sweet girl turned around and flew to the other side of the tower, muttering that the young man could have shown at least a drop of kindness. Throwing books off the shelves in search of the needed one, she advised him to find the heritage of the gods and a spirit stronger than her. The young man slowly headed towards the exit of the room, promising to occasionally drop by to visit the acquaintance. The girl snorted indifferently after him, then replied that she did not care and let him do as he knows best. Turan told her not to worry and assured that he would definitely return. There were still plenty of unread scrolls left here. Dressed for the journey, Turan with a backpack on his shoulders walked through the city and replayed in his mind the map where Zakar's house stood in the distant desert of Inral. Weighing all factors, the traveler finally decided to immediately set out to the west of Orem to where the dangerous desert lands lie. Determination froze on the young man's face as he made a firm decision to search for any clues about his missing parents. Turan leisurely moved along the forest road and thought that he had no reason to hurry. While preparing food near the water, Turan assumed that possible evidence had disappeared precisely in the last 18 years. Continuing on his way, the man decided, if the evidence is preserved, his brief delay will change nothing. Suddenly Turan froze, sensing danger. Nearby, the neighing of a red mare sounded. Turan immediately noticed her. Turan, crouching in the bushes, carefully watched the animal. The red mare desperately galloped across the forest glade. Beyond her, under a tree, sat a blond young man. The mare reared up, blocking the path of two strange figures. Turan noticed a saddle and understood. The animal was protecting the boy, not attacked by monsters. Observing the strange figures who called the mare a devil's demon because of her strength, Turan counted about 14 hostile creatures around. Turan's gaze sharply cooled as soon as he recognized the figures as dark elves. The female elf irritably demanded her companion to come up with something, and he only grumbled that the situation was too complicated. From the elf's purple hand, white-purple energy flowed in streams. 2 piles of mud appeared on the ground. The red mare flinched in fear when a demon bull and demon fox grew out of the mud. Turan looked at the young man and considered whether to intervene. After all, there was still a risk that the boy would attack the dark elves first. The warrior's gaze focused intensely on the enemies. The man saw one of the elves begin greedily, devouring a human hand. The female elf demanded a piece of flesh for herself, but the companion rudely refused, reminding her, let her eat her own supplies, those she had taken herself. Turan's face hardened when he realized cannibal elves stood before him. To remain unnoticed, the warrior instantly used a camouflage technique. The elves continued to sit down to the meal, and the female cannibal said all the people she had killed were too hairy. The diamond shot released by Turan hit the target exactly and instantly took the life of the male elf. The female elf was splattered from head to toe with the purple blood of her shot companion. Standing by the dead body from which purple goo was leaking, the elf woman panicked and cut off the monster's call for help. At the call appeared a fierce green monster bull with red eyes. Turan, without hesitation, immediately launched another diamond energy projectile. The powerful diamond projectile thundered and hit the monster ram. The wounded woman elf and the monster ram rushed to flee. The elf woman looked around confusedly, searching for the invisible enemy, and fiercely demanded that this scoundrel finally show himself. The woman elf molded a red-eyed fox from the mud and ominously said that very soon she would find out how much longer Turan could hide. Next to the monster fox stood the elf woman, and bright yellow-orange rays flared around her. In a state of full camouflage, froze the semi-transparent face of Turan. Lying in ambush, Turan watched the elf woman. She carried the ram on her shoulders and surveyed the forest together with the fox. Turan instantly switched to a defensive position because the enemy sorceress revealed him despite the camouflage. The woman elf fiercely commanded her subordinate monsters to immediately kill the boy. In the darkness, the muzzle of the green bull with burning eyes flashed ominously. Turan quickly rubbed his palms together, preparing for the attack. The young man swiftly formed several blazing fireballs and hurled them at the attackers. The warrior continued to desperately fend off the enemies, relentlessly throwing magical fire at them. One of the fireballs hit the fox monster directly, and it instantly burst into flames. Despite the fire, the giant green bull stubbornly continued its advance. The terrible blow from the bull knocked Turan off his feet, and he fell heavily to the ground. Trying to get up, the wounded young man thought with relief that he had already dealt with one of the enemies. In the gaze of the exhausted boy, unspeakable pain clearly flickered. The enraged fox latched onto Turan's leg with a death grip, biting through the shoe and flesh down to the blood. The boy stomped his foot with all his might, and with a heavy blow threw the cursed animal off himself. Turan focused and suddenly felt a sharp and swift movement of air on his skin. The green bull was again charging at the frozen warrior with mad speed. A strong blow from the monster threw Turan backward. He flew into the tree trunk with his back. From the powerful collision, a stream of red blood flowed from the boy's mouth. While the wounded youth writhed under the tree, beasts and the elf herself slowly crept up to him. The enemy sorceress maliciously promised to avenge her kin and make Turan beg for death. Suddenly, as if from nowhere, a red mare appeared and struck the elf with its hoof with all its might. The animal began trampling the fallen woman, forcing her to scream wildly and call for help from her monsters. The green bull and the wounded fox instantly turned toward the sudden noise. The mare bravely took on the bull and ram in battle, while the fox latched onto her mane with a death grip. Meanwhile, the crippled elf helplessly writhed in pain on the blood-stained ground. Struggling to rise, she fiercely cursed Turan for the humiliation and threatened to kill him again. In response to the threats, Turan released a powerful white-violet beam toward her. The white-violet beam hit the elf woman directly in the head. Purple blood began to flow from the wound of the injured elf. The warrior, surrounded by magical energy, tightly gripped the sling in his hand. The headless body of the elf dripped thick purple liquid. Monsters in front of the red mare instantly turned into black mud. Turan felt very bad after the brutal attack of the monster. It became increasingly difficult for him to stay on his feet, and he sat down on the ground. Shaking his head, Turan realized with horror he could really die. The muzzle of the red mare slowly approached the exhausted warrior. The red mare came closer, as if trying to help the wounded Turan. Turan leaned his head toward the mare, gently stroked her, and quietly thanked her. An unfamiliar blonde boy was closely watching everything that was happening. Sparks from the night fire brightly flew upward under the moonlight. A frightened blonde young man sincerely did not understand who exactly was standing before him. Turan calmly sat by the campfire and slowly chewed a crust of bread. The blond boy looked at his savior in wonder, but with fear. Turan, holding the crust in his hand, kindly asked the young man if he had already woken up. In response to the young man's question about his identity, Turan said that he came to help as soon as he saw the attack of the Dark Elves. The red mare gently approached the blond boy and stretched her head toward him. Turan watched as the young man stroked the mare and called her Tilly. The man noted that Tilly was extraordinarily intelligent because she always protects her master and, if necessary, carries him to a safe place. The young man sincerely thanked for the rescue, introducing himself as Aziz from the respected Burke family. Turan attentively listened to the young man's brief story and in response named his own name. Then he asked Aziz if he had any ancient conflict with the elves. The blond young man denied this and explained that he was traveling with servants and the attack happened suddenly without any reason. Telling about the cruelty of other races, Aziz suddenly helplessly burst into tears from the shock experienced. The upset boy apologized through tears and added that today he lost very close people. In response to Turan's question about relatives, Aziz answered, the fallen knights and servants had raised him since childhood. Looking compassionately at the saddened boy, Turan concluded in his thoughts that before him was a very good person. The warrior asked how many attackers there were, and as soon as Aziz recalled 2 killed, he confirmed, these were all the enemies. Closing his eyes, Turan activated the investigation mode. He carefully scanned the surrounding forest with his inner sight. A forest glade opened before him. He studied it carefully and thoroughly. Then he switched to another part of the thicket. Opening his eyes, Turan assured Aziz that there were no dark elves left in this area. More comfortably settled by the campfire, the blond young man asked the master if he had any urgent matters. Turan replied that he was an ordinary traveler. Surprised, Aziz noticed that the man had set out on the road alone with such strength and tried to inquire about his origin, but Turan answered, "It is a long story." Looking at the flames, Turan said modestly that he was not that strong. He killed the first elf treacherously and barely managed with the second without the help of a horse. Suddenly, bright white-blue energy flared around Turan. Aziz reacted instantly, emitting a powerful orange aura in response. Both travelers sat by the campfire, engulfed in the flames of their own magical powers. Surprised, Turan assessed the youth's strength and thought that without the absorbed mana of the elves, he might be weaker than Aziz. Watching his companion, the boy concluded that he was indeed too weak to fight against 2 necromancers, so probably the reason was in his wild instincts or lineage. Aziz continued to look intently at Turan, sincerely not understanding why such a warrior wandered the world alone. The youth invited the traveler to his family, promising a generous payment for saving his life and escorting him home, which greatly surprised Turan. With a proud smile, Aziz announced that Burke was a famous family of vassals of the great northern house of Rabian. He proudly struck his chest with his fist and told about generations of their craftsmen, promising to create the perfect magical artifact for the savior. Turan remained silent and cast a thoughtful, attentive look at the boy. The first rays of the sun spread over the forest glade where Turan stood next to Aziz and the red mare. Aziz sadly gazed at the tombstone of his subordinates, willing to send their bodies to the fatherland, but still understanding the futility of it. The camera caught the gloomy tombstone, near which Aziz and Turan silently stood still. The young man sincerely thanked Turan for restraining himself and not mocking his weakness. Aziz recalled his father's instructions. A nobleman who cries over the loss of servants looks pitiful. Maintaining a thoughtful expression, he added that the warriors are already in the heavenly palace, and a true aristocrat must move forward despite sacrifices. But the boy admitted he would never become strong if the price of strength was the inability to mourn loved ones. Turan objected, "This is a sign of kindness, not weakness." Aziz suggested switching to informal address as the age difference was small, and Turan calmly agreed without unnecessary words. The satisfied young man extended his hand, calling Turan his friend on whom he would now rely. Turan thoughtfully looked at his palm and pondered the meaning of the word friend. The men firmly shook hands, sealing their new alliance. Aziz showed the chest and suggested to his companion to establish household rules. Turan looked at the unknown object with undisguised admiration, wondering what it was for. The companion explained that it was a special travel refrigerator chest. The boy abruptly opened the lid and showed supplies of fresh meat, bread, wine, and apples, all the things they had taken earlier. Turan asked if the food inside always stayed cold. Az is assured that the magical chest keeps products fresh for a whole week, and frozen items can always be heated up. Then he showed a strange kettle artifact. You just had to press a button and it released water. Next in line was a device capable of instantly constructing a reliable wooden shelter. Az is spun in his hands, an artifact resembling a puzzle that warned of approaching enemies. At the end, he showed his clothing with a built-in self-cleaning function. Turan was stunned, pondering how many rare and amazing magical items one young man could carry. The traveler noted this clothing would be enough as payment for the rescue, but Aziz promised a much greater reward at home. Aziz smiled and assured that he could handle everything himself. Turan's unique abilities were worthless. Turan only looked at his companion with surprise and concentration. Aziz bent his fingers, listing the many magical schools his savior had used, from levitation and instant death to lightning strikes. At the end of the list, he asked whether Turan had trained all his life or if it was a unique ability of his lineage. Turan seriously said that everything happened by itself and reminded him of the agreement not to meddle in the secrets of his family. Frightened, Aziz held out his palms forward, still turning it into a joke and acknowledging the absurdity of such power existing. Aziz asked Turan's age. It was clear he was not yet 30 and jokingly asked if he was going to say the number 18. Aziz was wildly surprised when he heard in response that Turan would only turn 19 in a month. Turan immediately became serious and anxious as soon as he learned that Aziz would be 43 this year, and the 20-year difference did not seem so important to either of them. Aziz reproached himself for not guessing earlier when Turan told about the victory over 2 necromancers, and the young man, surprised, asked why he spoke of 2 geniuses. Thoughtful, Aziz aloud pondered the difference in their levels and recalled his cousin, the second genius of about the same age, whom he knew. Turan asked if it was possible to order an artifact from her, but Aziz sharply objected. His sister belonged to the main branch of the family, not his own. Imagine Princess Arabiona. She was unlikely to be lucky enough in the future to lead this great and mighty lineage. Friends together with the red mare calmly walked along one road. Traveling further, Aziz explained to his companion, the leaders of great clans, unlike ordinary mages, cannot simply pass power to their biological children. Aziz continued speaking, emphasizing, among dozens of relatives of one generation, there is always someone who turns out to be stronger than the child of the current patriarch. Against the imaginary image of Princess Arabian, Aziz told that Mesa was born with incredible talent and mastered clan and combat magic in 10 years. Turan listened attentively to the companion, who emphasized, thanks to support, the 21-year-old sister has already equaled in strength the main members of the family. Swept away, Turan noted, at such a level of power, the family definitely provides the princess with special and comprehensive assistance. Aziz agreed with this conclusion and added that Mesa even inherited the magic of their late cousin-grandfather, although their branch also received its share. Hearing this, Turan thoughtfully summarized, great genealogies occupy their high position quite deservedly. After a minute, Aziz stretched out his hand forward and joyfully announced that they had almost reached their destination. Turan's face immediately showed sincere admiration for what he saw ahead. Before the eyes of the young people, the endless plains of Dakin finally opened territories considered the central lands of Arabian. To the traveler's eyes appeared Zabalin, a well-kept and luxurious territory of the Burke family with a majestic bright palace and a neat courtyard. A delicate and elegantly dressed woman, accompanied by a maid, met Aziz near the palace and anxiously questioned her son why he had returned. The boy immediately rushed to his mother, hugged her tightly, and could not hold back his tears. Turan looked at the scene in surprise, then suddenly remembered. This adult man would soon turn 43 years old. A stately fair-haired man with a mustache and neat beard sternly reminded Aziz of dignity and forced him to apologize and address his mother as Madam. Aziz introduced Turan to his parents as his savior from the southern lands, saying that without his help he would not have returned home from death by even a hair's breadth. The mother was surprised. The journey was supposed to be peaceful, but her son told them about a sudden attack by dark elf necromancers. The woman's face twisted with anger, and she fiercely promised to personally lead the army to tear to pieces the miserable creatures who dared to threaten her son. Aziz's father tried to calm his wife. He calmly reminded her that there were strangers nearby. Then the man turned to Turan and politely asked to which noble family their esteemed benefactor belonged. Aziz's father stared at the guest in surprise as soon as he admitted, it was extremely difficult for him to answer that question. Turan frankly said that he was born to an ordinary commoner woman, so he himself did not know exactly who his biological father was. Unexpectedly disappointed, Aziz flared up with indignation at Turan's words. He noted that Turan had never told him that, and that such things were by no means a reason for pride. The matriarch of the Burke family clarified the name of the savior. She emphasized that Turan preserved their main treasure, so the family will fully repay him. Surprised, Aziz looked at his mother, who instead of a palace offered the guest the best hotel in the city. The boy could not believe his ears and was outraged by such a refusal. The woman explained because of the important guest they cannot accept a stranger despite all his merits. She added that she counted on Turan's understanding. Suddenly, a girl interrupted the conversation. Addressing Aziz's mother as aunt, she assured that there was no need to worry about her because of her. The attendees silently listened to the stranger. She nodded to indicate that Aziz's savior was unlikely to threaten her safety. At the threshold of the room appeared a niece who sharply interrupted her aunt's conversation. Before them stood a tall, pale, and slender girl with penetrating blue eyes and long chestnut hair. Stunned, Aziz immediately addressed her by the name Mesa and asked confusedly what she was doing here. Turan closely watched the events. Looking at the girl, he immediately recognized Princess Arabiona, although in appearance she looked more like a living corpse. Mesa quietly added that after the recent attack by a parasite from the Zakar family, she had to lay low. Turan listened to the girl's alarming story with a thoughtful expression on his face. Aziz asked Mesa in amazement how she could have been attacked right in the main house, especially with such powerful security. The girl bitterly stated there was a traitor in their family because in this palace she was too often unloved by many people. Having listened to Mesa's gloomy words, everyone present watched her as she wearily wished everyone good night and left. Aziz's mother immediately changed her mind and ordered the servants to prepare the second best room in the palace for Lord Turan at once. The tops of the luxurious palace dissolved into the thick darkness of the night sky. Turan lay on the bed in the chambers with royal decoration, maintaining full alertness. Suddenly the boy's attention was caught by a strange wall lantern. Turan got up from the bed, quickly dressed, and approached closer to carefully examine the mysterious lamp. At that moment the young man shuddered, hearing Aziz loudly calling him. Walking along the red carpet of the corridor, Aziz waved his hand and asked in surprise why Turan woke up so early again and was wandering here alone. The guest explained that he was interested in this lamp. The host only smiled, calling it an ordinary magical contraption made by children for training. Aziz generously offered to gift such a lamp, saying he had plenty of them, but Turan politely declined, deciding it was unnecessary. Suddenly, a bright lightning flashed outside the window, and Turan shuddered from the surprise. Powerful thunder flashes prevented the boy from falling asleep. They tore through the night darkness. Aziz calmed him down and explained, "It's just Mesa again, diligently practicing her magic in the middle of the night." Following the light, Turan asked if this was the famous ancestral magic of Arabian. The boy nodded. It was the power of the storm lineage. Looking at the majestic lightning reaching up to the sky, Aziz admitted with a mixture of regret, "At such moments Mesa looks like a true deity." The boy confessed that he had never treated his own blood with contempt, but the sight of its power still threw him off balance and stirred strong emotions. Turan thoughtfully considered how strong the follower of the next generation of Arabian had turned out to be. Aziz asked if the companion wanted to go see, and Turan remarked he was interested, but it was a bad idea because he was still a suspicious stranger. Aziz objected, stating that Turan was not a killer and he would personally vouch for him, and also admitted he himself was curious who between him and Mesa was stronger. Turan ironically remarked that this very desire was Aziz's true motivation. Aziz admitted that a few years ago he trained with Mesa and this experience still unsettled him, so he really wanted at least once to see how she was disappointed. Mesa calmly stood before the palace stairs and columns, illuminated by the rays of the morning sun. The girl suddenly heard Aziz calling her. The men stepped closer and Turan calmly, without fuss, stated his name. Mesa remembered Turan and asked what exactly brought them to her. Aziz replied that they had simply seen her training and wanted to join, emphasizing that they had done similar things before. In response, Mesa recalled how Aziz had spent a whole week practicing what she managed in a couple of attempts, after which he simply ran away in tears. Aziz was twisted with what he heard, and Turan quietly chuckled and immediately apologized for it. Azes burst into tears like a child, reproaching Turan for the mockery, but still added that despite everything, he was the most talented mage with the most absurd monster talent. Quick and cheerful Azes decisively suggested to Mesa to arrange a sparring match. Following such a proposal, Mesa paused deeply in thought for a moment. The girl cast a sharp, attentive look at Turan. Dangerous sparks of lightning flashed and played in Mesa's eyes. Turan slowly raised his head and looked upward. Endless lightning bolts obediently pierced the sky and earth just from Mesa's gaze. The majestic figure of the girl was completely enveloped in wild lightning bolts. Mesa, with a stern expression on her face, confidently controlled the mighty storm energies. The wild electric force began to press extremely unpleasantly on Turan. A clear expression of embarrassment appeared on Turan's face. Above them stretched a clear blue sky, no hint of a real storm. In the palace courtyard, Azes watched the duel. Absolutely calm Mesa stood opposite the completely exhausted Turan. Turan's face was covered in sweat and looked completely drained. The focused man exhaled heavily and almost imperceptibly, trying to regain strength. Mesa compassionately noted that, in her opinion, it was still too early for Turan to engage in an even sparring match with her. On Turan's tired face, sharp dissatisfaction with the result was clearly visible. Azes remarked to Mesa, Turan truly yields to her in magical power, but impresses with the ease with which he masters new spells. He assured his sister that the boy was a unique genius he had never encountered before, and it was unlikely that even Mesa herself would reach such a level. Mesa listened to her brother and suggested personally checking what Turan was capable of, since he praised him so highly. Turan proposed to show unfamiliar magic. The winner would be determined by who could repeat it faster. Azes called it a wonderful idea and asked Mesa what she thought about such a proposal. The girl agreed, saying that the opponent did not possess ancestral magic, so she would also not use innate powers for the sake of an honest duel. Freeing her foot from under the dress, Mesa announced she would start first. The young men watched every her movement with interest. At the place where the girl stomped her toe, a small green sprout suddenly broke through the solid stone. In a second, the plant rapidly grew and filled the space, causing Azes to be seized by fear. The shoot continued to grow, mercilessly crushing the stone slabs. The plant tightly wrapped Azes's body with new branches, making him scream in fear and beg Mesa to stop it. A strong shoot finally captured the boy and threw him high into the air upside down. Mesa stubbornly continued to cast spells and, with a smile, asked Turan if he could handle manipulating plants. Azes, who was dangling head down, begged to be released because nausea was tearing him from the inside. The girl ignored her brother's screams, urging him, endure for the sake of fun, and continued holding the spell before Turan. The boy threw back his head and silently watched the unfortunate Azes scream. Turan knelt on one knee and carefully touched the cold stone floor with his palm. He recalled the theory in fragments. Fire magic is an act of ignition, while water magic only extracts moisture from the air. The boy touched the floor beneath which lay a layer of earth with seeds and commanded it to grow, realizing that this was not creation, but accelerated germination. In the boy's imagination, a strong and viable sprout broke through from a seed buried deep in the earth. Suddenly, a powerful blue cyan shoot burst from under Turan's palm with a crash, breaking the solid stone floor. The boy remained as focused as possible, while new mighty stems of a wonderful color rapidly grew from under his hand. Mesa looked at the result of his magic with surprise and sincere admiration. Azes was still loudly screaming, helplessly dangling in the air. The girl said that Turan understood the true essence of the spell on the first try and asked if he had seen it before. He shook his head in denial. Immediately after this, Mesa sharply lowered her gaze downward. She admitted that her brother's words were true for the first time in a long while, although this happened very rarely. Mesa declared now it was Turan's turn to show his skills and surprise her. The young man froze with thoughts. Using the ancestral magic of the Zakar house now was pure suicide for him. Turan looked seriously ahead as soon as he finally understood his next move. The young man confidently stretched out his hand toward the dense bushes. Suddenly, a suspicious rustle sounded in the thick grass. From the hiding place, a rat quickly jumped onto the stone floor. Mesa asked Turan if he had chosen the magic of animal control. Turan squeezed the rat in his hand and denied it, explaining, this little one was just an ingredient. The tense face of the boy was suddenly enveloped by thick magical energy. The caught rat in Turan's hand desperately twitched, trying to break free. Under the influence of mysterious energy, the rodent's body in the boy's hand instantly decomposed. Mesa carefully and intently watched every movement of her partner. Turan calmly handed the girl the lifeless remains of the decomposed animal. Mesa called it a wonderful result and declared that it was now her turn. The girl made a smooth hand gesture, calling someone to come closer. At her call, another bright rat immediately ran from the darkness to her feet. Mesa firmly squeezed the squeaky rodent in her hand. The girl tried to repeat Turan's actions, but the rat in her hands did not stop squeaking loudly. She forcefully released magic from her palms, but the animal still did not quiet down. Tired, Mesa wondered how Turan managed to perform this trick, as it was clearly unusual magic. Aziz, disentangling himself from a tall plant, called their actions disgusting, and Turan replied that it was the first thing he managed to do. Turan watched Mesa and pondered whether even great families like Arabian were truly untrained in this. Aziz suggested to the girl to give the victory to Turan if she herself could not succeed. Mesa ordered the boy to be silent and assured that she would definitely cope with this task. Passing the power through the rat, she said that the causality factor is too complex an element in magic. The worried girl recalled the rules about the naturalness of the phenomenon, a clear understanding of the cause, and a sufficient amount of mana. While the partners watched, Mesa, wrapped in a pillar of mana, thought about how important it is to perceive the cause of the phenomenon for the spell to succeed. Continuing to cast the spell, she remembered, large volumes of mana are needed precisely to fill the gap in understanding. Tense, Mesa mentally ordered the rat to decompose but remain alive. The rodent's body in the girl's hand finally began to decompose rapidly. In the girl's hand, the rat subdued to her will still held on. Aziz was genuinely surprised to see that her plan actually worked. Mesa held the rat by the tail and joyfully exclaimed that she succeeded. Mesa's gaze suddenly became cloudy and unfocused. The girl finally lost consciousness and weakly collapsed onto the floor. Aziz and Turan rushed to her, and the young man begged Mesa to open her eyes. Turan pondered, could excessive mana expenditure have caused such a sudden fainting? Looking at the girl, he assumed that she secretly suffered from a serious illness. Turan's gaze became as focused and serious as possible. He noticed Mesa's hands were too thin and dark and instantly understood the real reason. Turan picked up the girl in his arms and asked Aziz if there were healers nearby. Frightened, Aziz shouted in denial, and Turan ordered to immediately bring water and salt to the room and call the adults. Mesa's face turned pale, and Turan felt she was light like a weightless lamb. A huge palace towered under the clear blue sky. After some time, Mesa finally slowly opened her eyes. Aziz's worried mother leaned over her, asking how she felt. The girl sat on the bed in the rich room and heard from her aunt Aziz's story about the training. Mesa silently and thoughtfully looked ahead. The aunt incessantly asked whether the respectable guest had tried to harm her on purpose. The embarrassed girl denied Turan's guilt and asked for silence. She was torn by a strong headache. Aziz's mother pointed to the bowl of soup, begging her niece not to neglect her health for the sake of magic. The woman's face was abundantly covered with tears from anxiety. Left alone, Mesa quietly thanked the aunt who was already leaving the room. The girl's gaze again became deep and thoughtful. She silently stared at the hot bowl of soup. Finally, Mesa pushed the bowl closer to herself. The girl timidly began to eat the soup that was brought to her. She had just raised the next spoon to her mouth. Suddenly, Mesa's gaze filled with wild, unspeakable horror. Before her eyes appeared the ghosts of a dead woman and child begging for relief from pain. The frightened girl snatched the plate from her hands, and it shattered loudly on the floor. Macy's trembling hand, gripped by deadly fear, slammed into the bed with a lifeless clutch. The terrified Macy squeezed her own head with all her might. A winged deity towered in the temple. In the basement of the Burke family, before the statue of the lame goddess, stood Turan and a burly armed stranger. Drawing his sword from its sheath, the stranger compared the strength of the local walls to muscles that had grown over millennia. The burly bearded man ordered Turan to stop trying to break the walls and get out, introducing himself as Haram Burke. Turan assured that he understood everything, but in fact he had no intention of destroying anything. Haram Burke again emphasized the strength of the walls, and Turan calmly confirmed what he had said. Haram Burke brought his face close to Turan's and repeated again about the incredible strength of the walls. Worried, Turan tried to understand the strange behavior of the man and suspected that he was using ordinary tricks. Turan's gaze became frightened and extremely focused. The boy did not take his eyes off the sharp tip of the huge sword. Haram Burke firmly grabbed the weapon and began performing training movements right in the middle of the temple. When Turan asked what he was doing, Burke briefly replied, "Just training." The warrior skillfully practiced the next element with the sword. Burke made a sharp lunge forward. Haram Burke masterfully spun the heavy sword in a circle. Enthralled, Turan noticed the absence of unnecessary movements and the instant readiness for the next strike, marveling at the power of these trainings. Burke caught the boy's attentive gaze out of the corner of his eye. Turan hurried to apologize for disturbing, but the warrior objected. Suddenly, Burke sharply leaned toward the boy and asked what exactly he had noticed in his technique. Turan frankly said that the warrior's movements seemed simply incredible to him. Stunned, Burke instantly stopped the training because he did not expect to hear such praise at all. Continuing the movement, Burke condemned the nobles who, due to physical weakness, despise martial arts and hide behind cheap magical tricks. Turan objected that for clans without a focus on physical combat, like Hercules, the focus on magic is still the most effective. Recalling the fight with monsters, the boy added that during real trials there are situations that cannot be avoided by magic alone. Burke's hand confidently extended the sword towards the youth. The warrior, without hesitation, offered Turan to take the weapon. Surprised, Turan asked if it was worth giving the sword to someone who was locked up here on suspicion. Burke noted this piece of iron is dangerous only in skillful hands, and with Turan's weak body it cannot cause harm to him. The boy held the weapon confusedly and hesitated about what to do with it. Burke became alert when Turan suddenly asked about the consequences of his next actions. As soon as Turan gripped the hilt tighter, a bright blue turquoise glow burst from the sword. The enraged Burke watched Turan's efforts and shouted that he was doing everything wrong. While Turan held the weapon, Burke stood nearby and ordered not to infuse mana into the sword, and the boy agreed with this. Burke circled around Turan, who was barely holding the sword. The mentor ordered him to shift his weight onto the front foot, lower the elbow that was hanging too high, and insisted. With such weak arms, he would only pierce his own thigh. Exhausted, Turan promised to obey when Burke ordered him to raise his hand and not invent his own limits. The boy fought with the sword with all his might, and Burke praised him and ordered him to do 10 more repetitions without breaking his breath so that the muscles would be saturated with oxygen. Burke advised Turan to definitely find time to properly dry his body. The mentor resumed the lesson and explained to the pupil that mana is just a trick, and wizards mistakenly think their physical abilities will grow by themselves. Turan listened intently to Burke's words that a trained body can break through a fight even without magic, and promised to take this difference into account. Turan's gaze suddenly became wary. The young man with the sword in his hands noticed how Aziz's mother entered the room through the open door. The woman bowed low to Turan and sincerely apologized for her unforgivable act towards their benefactor. Turan handed the weapon to Burke and replied to Aziz's mother. For him, the main thing is the safety of the young lady, and he himself should apologize for improper behavior as a guest. The boy became thoughtful as soon as he heard from the woman that Mesa wants to personally apologize to him and asks to find some free time for her. Pensive, Mesa admitted that she knows about his arrest in the temple because of her, and apologized for the inconvenience caused. Turan calmed Mesa, assuring her that everything was fine, and sincerely rejoiced at her recovery. Mesa recalled yesterday's magic of decomposing an animal and wondered if it was hidden ancestral magic with insane mana consumption, suspecting the young man of lying. Turan denied any deception and promised that she would easily repeat it as soon as she understood the principle, but the girl was outraged. Without revealing the method, she would never verify his words. The young man calmly noted that in fact he was hardly concerned about either victory or defeat. Mesa indignantly asked how she should understand these words and how she would appear in the eyes of others if everything ended exactly like that. The girl proposed an exchange. He reveals the secret of yesterday's magic and she in return teaches him the secret art of the Arabian house. Turan agreed. Turan and Mesa continued the conversation in a luxurious hall. Recalling the rat, Mesa asked if the magic of rot is actually a bioenhancement that works through the action of invisible microorganisms, and the boy confirmed. The girl admitted her defeat. She simply did not know such things, so her effectiveness was absurdly low, and she managed only thanks to brute force. Turan noted that they had not discussed such conditions, but Mesa objected. In magical skills, no one counts how much pointless mana is spent. Mesa asked Turan to lie to Aziz about their draw so that he would not get conceited because of the victory, and the boy agreed. The girl took something out of the drawer and announced to Turan, now it was her turn. Mesa showed him an ordinary comb, deciding that it was perfect for the demonstration. Turan silently watched as the girl slowly combed her own hair. Mesa showed how the strands are attracted to the surface through electrification and explained that objects rubbed in this way always come closer together. Turan calmly explained to the girl that this phenomenon is called ordinary static electricity. Mesa looked truly disappointed when she realized that this was not news to the boy at all. She called it one of the most secret arts and promised to come up with a worthy revenge as soon as she figured out the gaps in his knowledge, to which Turan gladly agreed. Until a bright idea illuminated her mind, Mesa suggested starting joint evening training sessions, emphasizing that it was only an attempt to repay the debt. Satisfied, Turan gladly accepted the offer and scheduled evening meetings in the garden starting the next day. The table was adorned with many luxurious dishes of meat, vegetables, and fresh bread nearby. Various soups and drinks were being poured. At the meal gathered Aziz's parents, 2 young men, and Turan, and the head of the family modestly invited the guests to not deny themselves anything. Surprised by such generosity, Aziz said that he had never seen anything like it, not even at his own birth, so his father immediately ordered him to be silent. Anxious, Turan carefully examined the table and stubbornly thought he did not believe this could be an ordinary family dinner. Aziz's mother continued the conversation and recalled her son's promise to repay Turan with a powerful artifact for saving his life. The guest confirmed her words, so the woman decided to find out his specific wishes regarding the future item. Turan asked for something with a protective function against sudden attacks, and noticing that attacking with magic was much easier than protecting one's own life, added this request. The hostess assured that she had already made something similar, but there were no ready items now and forbade Turan from dealing with it because of the honor of the Burke house. The fair-haired young man raised his hand and volunteered to take on this work, as he had just completed an order from the main house. Answering the mother's question about the future appearance of the artifact, the young man said that for protection against unexpected attacks, the best option would be an item worn constantly. The mage explained that he would infuse mana into the jewelry to release the protective power of the guardian's lineage, and this would take about a month. The woman called the children's boasting indecent, but still acknowledged Milo as an experienced craftsman whose work over a month would become a significant gift. Turan hesitated confusedly whether such generosity was appropriate, but Aziz's mother firmly stated her son's life was worth no less. She added that during the making, the young man would have to remain their guest, and hospitably offered him to feel at home. During a walk through the city, Aziz told Turan about yesterday's conversation with his mother. Now, she finally stopped looking down on him. In response, the boy glanced at this and remarked that it very much resembled an attempt by House Burke to take him under its wing. Aziz laughed and confirmed this, recounting the family tactic to lure into a trap through generosity, and recalled other mages who similarly joined the house. He advised his friend not to worry, the artifact is just an attempt to buy favor, and no one will force him to marry by force. When Aziz asked what Turan would do next during the day, he remembered his promise to conduct an evening training with Lady Mesa. The delighted friend hugged him tightly and dragged him into patrolling the city, promising to find plenty of ways to entertain in Zabalin. To Aziz's remark that he did not want to sit in a corner all day practicing magic, Turan briefly replied that this was exactly what he planned. The boy stubbornly pulled his companion along, pointing to the main idea: life is too short for such boring work. A gambling roulette wheel flashed before their eyes, spinning rapidly. It was clear from everything, Turan did not want to go to the gambling house where his friend had led him. In the end, the youth simply strolled slowly through the noisy trading square of the city. The boys continued to make their way on foot through the noisy market stalls. Turan suddenly noticed something familiar on the bulletin board. On the wooden shield hung a drawing with a clearly depicted face of Kjorn. The boy thoughtfully stared at the paper. The portrait of an unknown man, impressed with its incredible resemblance to Kjorn. Seeing the face, Turan remembered his comrade and wondered if it could really be him. 2 crossed swords were clearly carved in the drawing. On the stage, actors told about the events of 2195 when the warriors of Arabian set out into the demonic desert, and among them was the knight Kjorn. In the next scene, the audience was shown how after a hard battle Kjorn, with God's help, defeated the enemy. After the performance ended, Aziz and Turan loudly and happily applauded. Aziz asked his friend about his impressions, and the thoughtful Turan called the production not bad. The young man recalled Kjorn's words that he was just an ordinary knight. Turan smiled at his comrade's modesty and decided to ask him about the truthfulness of this story during their next meeting. The evening city blossomed in the rays of twilight that were about to come. In the morning, the first sun rays pierced the room through the large window. Turan slowly opened his eyes after sleep. Right in front of him, the boy noticed Burke's serious face. Burke sat down by the bed and asked how the young man felt, appearing so suddenly that he was very surprised. To the sleepy Turan, the man explained that just yesterday he noticed his high potential. Burke ordered the boy to harden his body and follow him, assuring that this was the only way to become stronger. The young man agreed and began to get ready, glad that it was much more useful than idling. Suddenly, joyful Aziz flew into the room and loudly announced a new fantastic performance. Seeing his strict uncle Haram Burke instead of his friend, Aziz hiccuped in fright. Burke sternly approached his nephew and offered to join the training, but he immediately refused because he was exhausted. Saying that he urgently needed rest, Aziz quickly rushed out of the room and ran away. Turan watched with surprise as his comrade behaved strangely. Soon, sweaty and angry, Turan finally understood the reason for Aziz's escape. Haram Burke stood nearby with folded arms and ordered the exhausted boy to repeat the exercise. The young man did push-ups from the floor with a huge weight on his back until Burke scolded him for weakness of body and mind. Turan's hands trembled from terrible fatigue, but the mentor commanded again, continue. Eventually, Burke took pity and gave the order to finish the training. Exhausted and sweaty, Turan fell to the floor and, suppressing weakness, breathed heavily through strength. Burke crossed his arms on his chest and sternly asked the boy if he felt pain. Lying flat on the floor, Turan quietly confirmed that he really was in pain. Burke noticed that one set was enough for Turan, so the boy was simply lucky. Instead, the young man asked how night training differs. Burke agreed with his opinion and explained that an ordinary body weakens over time, so constant loads are needed to maintain form. The teacher added that mages are sustained by mana, and after hardening, such a body will no longer lose its strength. Burke smiled contentedly and told the student that he had rested enough. Sweaty and frightened, Turan tried to object, grumbling that he was still exhausted. Burke laughed and replied that the boy's body could not lie, and promised to move on to training in weapon handling and combat. Around was a spacious sports hall entirely filled with various exercise machines, heavy barbells, and massive dumbbells. On Turan's sweaty face was reflected the full weight of the days spent in Burke's house. Those days were incredibly exhausting. During the sessions, Burke explained that this special space increased body weight several times and that a mistake could cause one to crash into the floor, embedding into it. In the morning, the boy was trained by Haram. Every evening, Turan returned to the mansion for magical lessons together with Mesa, and in this rhythm, 3 weeks passed unnoticed. Burke's majestic mansion towered under the darkening evening sky. Powerful energy clusters hit the set targets one after another with precision. Turan lowered his raised hand, from whose fingers energy had just burst forth, and mentally noted with frustration his latest miss. Mesa remarked disappointedly that his mastery of magic was progressing much slower than she had expected. The young man replied sadly to the girl that such a result was quite natural. He did not belong to the great house of Arabian. During a conversation in the courtyard of the Mesa Palace, she expressed doubt about her usefulness, wondering how difficult it was to aim lightning, and Turan assured her, "It is much harder than it seems." The girl suddenly shuddered with surprise as soon as she heard someone loudly call her name. An unfamiliar young man confidently approached them. He smiled and addressed Mesa. Coming closer, the stranger looked disdainfully at Turan and asked the girl who the boy next to her was. Mesa sharply cut him off, saying it was none of his business, and reminded him of her ban on disturbing her main house until she fully regained her strength. The young man reported the patriarch's order to return immediately, and the enraged Mesa demanded explanations, threatening severe punishment for an unimportant reason. Both attentively listened to the messenger's response about the active atrocities of the Dark Elves in the south, about the fall of 3 cities, and about rumors that the main house was gathering expeditionary forces. A numerous and formidable detachment of Dark Elves rushed forward. A serious expression settled on Turan's face. He thought gloomily that here they were. Mesa assured the messenger that she understood everything and ordered to send news of her swift return to the main house. The girl turned to Turan and quietly said that it was already time for her to go. She added that she had to repay him for that disgusting magic of decay. Mesa silently crossed her arms over her chest and tried to gather her thoughts before the important conversation. Then she suddenly asked Turan if he knew about electricity that also flows through the human body. The boy just looked at her thoughtfully and found nothing in response. A bold smile flashed on Mesa's face, and she noted that there was nothing strange about it. This was the secret of the Arabian house. Eager to repay the debt, the girl promised to teach him this trick and assured him that the knowledge would be very useful in the future, so Turan agreed. She began to explain that any human perception or sensation triggers a tiny electrical signal. It goes from the eyes or nose straight to the brain. Turan closed his eyes and focused intently, trying to understand and feel every word she said. Unconsciously repeating what was said about tiny signals, he suddenly clearly felt dozens of real impulses pass through his face. In his imagination, his own figure grew. Bilateral electrical currents circulated throughout his entire body, non-stop, from the very brain. The boy tried to take control of these impulses, checking what would happen if he accelerated them. During the next attempt, he intensified even more and sped up the electric current inside himself. This ended with a sudden and painful electric discharge. It flashed right before his eyes. Mesa all this time carefully and silently watched his dangerous exercises. Finally, she asked what he thought about the practice. Turan looked incredibly satisfied. He really managed to tame the electric impulses in his own body. But the very next moment, his face twisted from unbearable headache. The girl only watched as he convulsively grabbed his head with his hands. She said that everything worked out, and this attack happened because of too senseless and wasteful use of mana. While Turan endured the pain, Mesa added that later he would get used to it and be able to hold the state longer. The boy replied, "All this still does not compare to his science." As soon as May said this, she suddenly sprang up and flew high upwards. Hovering in the air, she shouted to Turan that this was only a modest contribution, because he really has considerable talent. The boy silently listened to her words that in the future, when he learns more impressive spells, she expects mutual payment. After the conversation, Mesa suddenly sprang up and flew away on her own business. Turan long continued to gaze after the figure of the girl, who quickly disappeared in the distance. High in the sky proudly flew a lonely hawk. The bird smoothly soared in the air currents, occasionally losing solitary feathers. Under the bright sunny sky below stretched a cozy landscape of a small settlement at the foot of the mountains. Knights gathered in the city of Morgan, which was the center of the Dakin Plains. The crowd roared slogans at full volume, glorifying Rabian. Turan stood next to the Burke's family and Aziz and noticed. The modest hunting departure ceremony, due to the general uplift, more resembled a victory parade. Suddenly, amid the turbulent crowd, Aziz noticed Mesa. The young man sharply began waving his hands, trying to attract her attention and show where they were standing. Mesa, in magnificent knightly armor, proudly sat in the saddle and rode horseback. Aziz's father sternly held his son's hand and ordered him to keep manners. All present, including Turan and Aziz, held their breath after the announcement of the head of the house's arrival. The head of the house confidently walked across the square, attracting glances. Turan fell silent in surprise and wondered if this man was really the current head of the Arabian house. The boy's gaze froze on the exhausted, unkempt man with disheveled hair. It was Battle Grabian, a tired man with blue eyes and scars from past fierce battles. Turan whispered to Aziz that the ruler looked too pale and had obvious health problems. Battle Arabian stopped in the square opposite Mesa and her companion, while Aziz told his friend about an old severe head wound in a battle with the leader of the Zakar house. A hand in a knight's glove rose up, stopping the crowd to silence. In the square, people instantly froze, trying to catch every word of their ruler. The head of the Arabian house addressed the people, urging everyone to believe and confidently move forward. Battle Arabian's eyes flashed with hidden energy as he proclaimed faith and led the main force of their house. Thick clouds suddenly hung over the city, and the first lightning bolts flashed. Everyone looked up in surprise and watched the sudden storm. The crowd stared mesmerized at the turbulent sky. People shouted in unison with wishes for a long life to Arabian and begged the Lord of Thunder for protection for his followers. Watching the storm, Turan realized the true power of Rabian. Battle managed to cover the entire city with clouds despite his weak and sickly body. The local palace sank into twilight under thick storm clouds and flashes of lightning. Staring intently at Morgan, who was flashing with lightning, Turan admitted, this was the absolute pinnacle of human magic. The boy's face tensed as soon as he understood. Later, he would have to reach such an incredible level himself without anyone else's help. Milo extended an ornament to Turan, persistently urging him to take it. In the presence of his mother, Milo handed his friend a bracelet artifact, explaining that it enhances endurance and, when fully saturated with mana, grants the power of noble guardians. The young man also warned, the artifact consumes too much mana, so it is not worth using it for too long. Enthralled, Turan examined the rare treasure in his hand and admitted, such outstanding handmade items are extremely rare even for great houses. Aziz's mother approached Turan and gently addressed him. The woman asked if the boy wanted to officially become part of their house. Turan clenched the artifact in his hand and gratefully declined. Because of this, Aziz's mother only sighed understandingly. Looking out the window, she admitted that she had already heard from her son about a bunch of his unfinished business and about the fact that he could not sit still in one place for long. The young man respectfully bowed his head and called the Burke family his eternal friends. The hostess warmly accepted these words. Soon Turan slowly left the hospitable Burke house. The traveler's gaze became focused and attentive. Ahead of him, Haram Berg and Aziz were already waiting. Suddenly, Haram directed a sheathed dagger with a precise throw straight into the young man's hands. Turan snatched the weapon while Berg was babbling about how this magical blade had no special functions and was distinguished by incredible durability. The boy bowed gratefully and sincerely called the man his mentor. Haram Berg's face maintained a stern, serious expression. But already in a moment, a barely noticeable smile appeared on the master's lips. Turan silently watched his mentor with his eyes as he turned and walked away. Suddenly, Aziz threw a wide, thick cloak over his companion's shoulders. Touching the fabric, the traveler asked about the gift in surprise, and the friend with a smile reminded how he once envied his belongings. Aziz handed him folded clothes as well, adding that these shirt and pants hardly get dirty and can restore themselves. A sincere embarrassment from such care flashed across Turan's face. The friend assured that he values him as a wonderful friend, not only for saving his life but also for the shared travels that changed him greatly. In response to the question about the further route, Turan briefly replied, first he will head east. Upset, Aziz recalled his visit to Carmine and strongly advised to stay away from ships. The terrible waves there cause severe seasickness. The traveler was thoughtfully silent, for the sake of the Aral Desert and the Zakar home, he would still have to cross this sea. Against the backdrop of the majestic palace, Aziz wished the stubborn companion to survive and repay the debt for the cloak, and Turan confidently agreed. Soon the young man was already walking along the wide field road alongside the rest of the travelers. Wrapped in a knight's cloak and with a heavy backpack on his shoulders, he again plunged into thoughts about his loneliness. Then the traveler took a decisive step and ordered himself to speed up. Ordinary peasants did not even have time to realize how this strange boy swiftly passed by them. One of the passers-by just stared at him in shock. The stunned man looked around his shoulder in confusion, trying to make out something. And Turan was already rushing to his goal, cutting the path with huge lightning-fast steps. Turan rushed headlong past the wooden settlement. The stone palace instantly disappeared behind the man. Mountains, fields, and forests quickly flickered before Turan's eyes. The boy watched the meaty sunny sky in fascination. Turan sharply braked at the forest edge. The warrior carefully looked around. The towering cliff reached the clouds with its peak. The boy confidently went under the tree crowns. Turan led with his nose and caught some important scent. The traveler's face suddenly became too pensive. Going deeper, Turan at first mistook this stench for a campfire, but quickly recognized the disgusting smell of burnt flesh. The warrior's gaze instantly hardened with caution. The boy moved toward the source of the terrible stench. Before Turan's eyes appeared a completely destroyed and burned settlement. Worms were already crawling over the charred human face with empty pupils. In the square stood stakes to which charred corpses were tied. Turan entered the burned village and assumed it was a bandit attack, since dark elves would hardly have ventured so far. The boy suddenly seemed to freeze and felt something truly important. Soon Turan came across a half-burned stone hut, covered with ash. In the middle of the room lay a burned hide, a broken chair stood, and a closed cellar was visible in the floor. The boy approached closer and intuitively felt someone was inside. The traveler suddenly opened the secret door. The latch completely broke off in his hands, and at that very moment, a frightened scream sounded from below. Turan's gaze became intensely focused. The man cautiously peered into the darkness of the cellar. On the stone floor of the cellar, Turan noticed a little girl. The little dark-haired child screamed and cried even louder. Descending the stairs, Turan tried to calm the little one and assured her that he had come to help and would not harm her. The crying girl, through tears, asked again if it was really true. Then Turan gently asked the child to tell about the events that had happened here. Turan's face froze in shock when the girl said that the mage was killing absolutely everyone. The warrior looked at the little girl in confusion. She fell to the floor and cried loudly again. Turan carefully lifted the exhausted child into his arms and with relief noted she had suffered only because of the long imprisonment in the cellar. Exiting the dungeon together with the girl, he first thought about how to ensure her reliable safety. At that moment, someone's mysterious hand was already knocking a shiny arrow onto the bowstring. Turan jerked sharply, hearing a sudden girl's exclamation that he had finally been caught. Armed young men and a light-haired girl aiming directly at him with a huge bow stood before him. Showing the weapon, the blonde rudely ordered Turan to kneel and called him a heartless scoundrel. Pressing the small child to his chest, the man silently examined the strangers. The blonde, with the bow drawn in her hand, angrily accused Turan of mocking the corpses and attempting to kidnap the child. The fair-haired youth formed a fiery rod and ordered Turan to freeze, threatening immediate attack. Turan carefully carried the girl in his arms and stopped passers-by, urging them not to delay and assuring that it was a misunderstanding. The attacker did not listen and decisively released a magical fiery rod straight at Turan's side. Where the man with the child had just stood, a powerful explosion thundered. The archer scolded Gilia in fear for his foolishness, and he rushed to justify himself, saying he was nervous and fired unintentionally. A blonde girl stared in shock into the thick curtain of smoke. Amid the thick smoke after the explosion, Turan's raised palm suddenly emerged clearly. Completely unharmed, Turan firmly held the child, shielding himself from the blow with an activated artifact. The man examined the gifted bracelet and thought about how unexpectedly quickly he had to test this protection in battle. The stunned companions of the archer could not understand how Turan stopped the combat spells and did not receive a single scratch on his body. Calm Turan confidently stood in place after the repelled attack. The girl with the bow thoughtfully watched him, trying to understand the nature of this ancestral protective ability. Turan assured that he had not harmed the peasants but sternly warned, if there is another attack, he will no longer hold back. The archer silently kept the man in the sights of her weapon. A little dark-haired girl at that moment was sleeping carefree in the arms of her rescuer. Removing the bow, the girl admitted, a true arsonist would hardly leave only one child alive. The blonde approached closer, introduced herself as Bishan, and heard Turan's name in response. At the same time, Bishan noted, without substantial evidence, she still found it difficult to fully trust a stranger. Turan suggested she question the girl herself after waking up. After all, she had seen the real criminal with her own eyes. Surprised, Bishan asked again, did the child really catch the arsonist at the crime scene? To her question about the attacker's identity, Turan only shrugged, not knowing the answer. The girl told about a mad wizard who had been cruelly burning remote settlements along with their inhabitants in recent months. Horrible scenes of charred ruins appeared before her eyes, which Bishan knew only from rumors the villain left no one alive. In the air, an imaginary, ominous silhouette of the mysterious killer seemed to thicken. The child suddenly woke up and immediately described the arsonist, a bearded man in a red cloak resembling a woodcutter. Bishan and her companions froze, holding their breath, carefully listening to every word of the child. The leader's face noticeably flushed as soon as she realized the full injustice of their accusations. The young wizard and Bishan sincerely bowed to Turan, warmly apologizing for the rudeness and hasty conclusions. Turan mentally compared them to Midden, recalling his words about passionate aristocrats and his unexpected nobility. Turan nodded confidently. He understood their concern for the child's safety and only then inquired whether they were pursuing Pali. Bishan confirmed this, recalling the figure she noticed near the fresh ruins and her own hope to finally catch the scoundrel, a hope shattered by reality. The team listened attentively to the girl's story that the new description of the killer and the abilities of their innate pursuer would help capture him quickly. Enthralled, Turan asked Bishan how she ended up here from the very house of Zakar. The girl raised her hands in denial and said she came from the house of Carmen in Avicii, and her companions were only vassals. Bishan introduced Turan to a short-haired girl named Asha. The weak blood of the descendants of the half-blood Zakar helped only in tracking, not in camouflage. Watching the ruins, Bishan asked Turan to help them catch Pali. The young man suddenly fell silent and pondered deeply. Bishan assured, for the sake of reputation, she was ready to give him the entire reward or her own share of mana. Turan clarified the enemy's power level, to which the girl stated that he was a wizard of aristocrat level, who even defeated the knightly guards of the settlements. The young man thoughtfully whispered to himself words about the slain knights. Turan assessed his energy state and decided that the strong Pali was perfect for his further growth, unlike the weak monsters. Bishan rejoiced at the young man's agreement, who first of all proposed to arrange for the rescued child. The team arrived at a small settlement and began a conversation with the owner of one of the homesteads. Turan handed the man a pouch of money for the maintenance of the girl until adulthood, and he promised to do everything properly. The young man sternly promised to return in a few years to check. The new guardian, holding the money in his hands, watched the squad with his gaze until it moved away. Only black remains of the burned settlement were visible around. Isha stood amid the ruins with tightly closed eyes. The girl sharply opened her eyes and immediately clearly understood where to go. She confidently led the squad and noted on the go that they would have to search a little longer. The search for Pali started immediately from the village destroyed by fire. Ahead of the travelers awaited a wide forest road. On both sides of the road lay fallen tree trunks. Isha suddenly stopped, closed her eyes again, and tried to catch the trail. Turan watched as the girl touched the ground and looked behind the trunks, then finally asked what exactly she was trying to find. The huntress explained that on the main road she had sensed a distinct smell of burning from the culprit's clothes, and it had not changed since. The young man silently admired the professionalism of his new companion. Focused, Isha confidently announced she had found the right trail. The whole company followed the girl, and Bishan only asked her to walk a little slower. Under the clear sunny sky stood a mountain, embraced on all sides by a dense forest. In the middle of the cliff darkened a deep entrance to a cave. Isha led the entire team into this dark dungeon. Bishan ordered Turan to go ahead and the rest to stay behind. In Bishan's hand suddenly flared a bright energy ball. Illuminating the path with magical light, Bishan led the squad deeper into the cave. Pushing further in, Bishan loudly asked if anyone was inside. Set on searching, Isha confidently confirmed one person was hiding inside. The rescue team cautiously moved further through the thickness of the rock. Suddenly, Bishan noticed something important ahead. Along the cave corridor, wooden fiery torches blazed. In the spacious dungeon, the figure of an unknown man emerged. The search team finally caught up with the mysterious stranger. An elderly slant-eyed man, toothless and with one eye, met the guests and inquired about their purpose. Turan tried to find out if this was Pali, and Isha confidently confirmed his guess. Bishan aimed her bow at the man and suggested finding out if he was the one burning the peasants. A look of complete incomprehension appeared on the toothless man's face. The stranger sharply stretched his hand forward. A mighty stream of destructive flame burst from his palm. The madman showered the team with a hail of fiery shells. The fire caught Gil and his clothes instantly ignited. Thanks to the magical artifact on Turan's wrist, the flame did not touch his hand. Turan and Bishan found themselves in a safe zone, shielded by the artifact from the scorching fire. A clear embarrassment appeared on the slanted face of the madman. Bishan reacted instantly and shot an arrow from the bow straight at the mad wizard. The released arrow hit the target exactly. The bloodied Pali fell to the ground but still tried to crawl further. The wounded madman struck the ground with his hand with his last strength. Giant stone hands began to sprout from the rocky soil. Huge earth blocks menacingly loomed over Bishan and Turan. Turan looked at the stone hands and thought, if the earth is ruled by a madman, then he might not be a fire elemental. The warrior held the stones in one hand, and with the other he pulled out a sling. At the last moment, Turan managed to slip away from the falling heavy stone hands. The hunter confidently spun the loaded sling. Turan decisively advanced on Pali, tightly closing the distance. Pali put his hand forward and feverishly tried to perform some magical trick. The diamond stone from the sling hit Pali directly and tore off the very hand with which he was about to cast a spell. Turan stood opposite the bloodied enemy who had lost a limb. The warrior loudly snapped his fingers and instantly summoned a powerful electric current. Turan mercilessly struck Pali with an electric discharge. Pali writhed madly in pain as a powerful current passed through his body. The screen flashed a close-up of Pali's eye. It was pierced by electricity, his gaze frozen in shock. Bishan struggled to climb out from under the heavy fragments of the earthen hand. Turan continuously kept the enemy under electric shock. Bishan asked if they managed to immobilize the enemy. Turan nodded confidently and promised to watch over him while she checked the others. In his palm, Turan tightly held the special seed. The man carefully scattered the magical seeds around the wounded Pali. The green sprouts quickly grew and firmly wrapped around the prisoner's body. Turan held the gifted dagger in front of Pali and, staring at him, thought that now he definitely would not move. The warrior touched the enemy's head with his finger and solemnly ordered him to wake up. A defiant, toothless smile flashed on Pali's face. Turan pressed the dagger blade to the prisoner's neck and warned, "If he thinks of anything, there will be consequences." The bound Pali asked those who detained him who they were and how they found out about this place, but the team cut him off, saying they have their methods, and demanded confirmation of his identity. The madman remained silent, never changing his facial expression. Turan sharply thrust a sharp dagger into Pali's leg. The wounded man loudly screamed from the sharp pain. Turan ordered the prisoner to answer faster and asked why the wandering aristocrat was burning peasants. He mentally decided that he would not be lenient with the killer. Pali denied, claiming that God himself supposedly ordered him to set people on fire, because by burning sinful souls and flesh, he supposedly could get closer to God. The faces of the search team members blazed with deep surprise and rage. Toothless Pali, with his eyes tied, swore that God taught him and others how to catch aristocrats by force. Pali boastfully assured the team that he would become a full-fledged pyromaniac if he burned a few more sinners. Bishan indignantly called the man insane, who tried to gain blood skills through mass murders. Ash silently observed the conversation, keeping a stone expression on his face. Turan plunged into deep thoughts, analyzing what he had heard. He recalled Midden's words, after killing a monster, one can become a wizard, and that he himself was a witness to this. Before Turan's eyes appeared the image of a smiling Midden from the past. While Pali was dreaming about burning a few more people for the sake of power, Turan realized this was not just the delirium of a madman. Gazing deep into the dark cave, Turan quietly said that now he might be able to uncover the main secret of this world. Turan's blade instantly cut the neck of the bound criminal. The warrior froze next to the fire just destroyed. The search party gathered around the lifeless body of the madman. The worried Bishan asked Gil what was wrong with this corpse. Gil barely suppressed his nausea and replied that the execution of a defenseless person resembled ordinary cattle slaughter. Bishan was outraged by such sudden empathy and reminded that one mistake could cost them all their lives. The girl added that this scoundrel had killed so many people that thinking about a trial was pointless. Turan stepped closer and picked up the arsonist's personal book from the ground. The mage focusedly flipped through the found notebooks. Examining the marks on the map, Turan thought that the book would be excellent evidence to confirm the criminal's identity. The boy's face remained thoughtful and serious. Seeing the complex combined formulas, Turan wondered, was it not the same mysterious god who taught the pyromancer this magic? Bishan loudly called the commander, pulling him away from his thoughts. She nodded at the corpse and suggested immediately absorbing the residual mana of the enemy. The entire search squad, along with Turan, began to absorb the magical energy of the pyromancer. In the palace of the House of Carmen, the servants sincerely welcomed Bishan, praising the new rising star of their lineage. The girl blushed from the compliments and modestly accepted the luxurious gifts. Passing through the picturesque courtyard of the palace, Bishan talked about plans for future monster hunts during their journey. Turan also took his well-deserved generous reward. The man calmly informed Bishan his next target was Abish, so he would set off there immediately. Bishan whispered, begging him to forget that yesterday's conversation about the words of that boy, to which Turan assured that he would keep his mouth shut to avoid chaos. The comrades warmly said goodbye to the mage, hoping for a new meeting in the future. Turan waved his hand in farewell to his former team. Ahead stretched endless and scorching desert dunes. The traveler confidently walked through the sands. Suddenly Turan felt the dry desert air became unusually humid. He snapped his fingers and realized the fire had just weakened, mana consumption increased, so it was better to give up the flame here. The young man tested the sparks of the fire element once again. Observing the microscopic droplets in the air, he joyfully noted that now using water magic had become much easier. Turan simultaneously checked the fading fire with one hand and concentrated pure moisture with the other. Before Turan finally spread out an endless sea, the traveler slowly climbed out of the scorching desert to the shore. On the shore, Turan noticed a small settlement and immediately recognized it as the seaside town of Abisha. Stopping on a high hill, he long gazed at the unfamiliar port city. In a few minutes, Turan was already standing near the entrance to the local noisy tavern. A mustached man was drinking from a large mug until a question about tomorrow's departure sounded nearby. In the hall of the establishment, sailors complained that they would have to return again to the terrible Inral Desert, and bitterly recalled the sea dwellers who riddled the ship's bottom with harpoons. The interlocutors opposite anxiously asked how much everything had grown, and also recalled the local bandits. The one-eyed mustache touched his bandage, tightly gripped the mug, and complained that without an experienced knight they would spend all the money on the crew's funeral. Turan silently stood in the middle of the tavern and carefully caught every word from the sailors' conversation. He confidently approached the captain and asked if their course really led to the Emerald Desert. The one-eyed man said that the ship was leaving tomorrow, but due to lack of space for the sake of one passenger, they would have to leave a barrel of drink on the shore, and this contradicted his principles. Turan silently pressed the mug of the stubborn sailor with his palm. The captain measured the audacious stranger with a heavy look, displeased. At that very moment, the mug in the one-eyed man's hands turned into a solid ice block. The frightened mustache stared in shock at the ice in his palm, not believing his own eyes. Other sailors immediately jumped up from their seats and, respectfully asking the mighty knight about the purpose of the visit, fell silent. Turan asked to dispense with formalities and offered his sword. In response to the captain's question about the reasons for such a decision, the warrior replied that he was simply looking for a reliable ship to the Indril Desert. The mage explained that he would set out on the journey as a mercenary, and his payment for passage was full protection of the ship from pirate or monster attacks. The one-eyed man warned they were poor, so they could not pay wages and could not provide a cabin befitting a high knightly status. The traveler insisted that wealth and comfort did not matter to him, because the main thing was to reach Indril at any cost. The old sailor asked in surprise if such intentions were really so serious. A sincere smile flashed on the mustached man's face, and he gladly welcomed the knight who was taken into their crew. The large sailing ship slowly cast off from the shore. Memories flashed before the eyes of the magnificent city that once choked in thick smoke of fire. The ancient stone palace was then completely consumed by the devastating flame. A sweaty young man desperately held back the enemy's onslaught in a fierce battle. Opposite him froze the disgusting face of a dark elf, and in his eyes a devilish gleam. The fair-haired youth continued to fiercely repel, skillfully deflecting the attacker's strikes with his sword. The treacherous elf once again launched a confident attack on the exhausted boy. The fair-haired youth shattered the elf's head with a single precise sword strike. The enemies instantly surrounded the boy, forcing him to fiercely defend himself. The elves raged with fury and pressed on him from all sides. The exhausted youth understood. Under such pressure, the situation would not turn in his favor. The sky above the battlefield was covered with black clouds, repeatedly pierced by flashes. Powerful lightning bolts struck directly into the ground, and at the epicenter of this storm stood the young swordsman. The bolts of heavenly punishment hit the elves directly, incinerating them on the spot. The fair-haired warrior carefully and intently surveyed the battlefield. Mesa descended from the heavens, and the grateful youth sincerely thanked her for the rescue. The girl ordered him to immediately return to his unit. The rescued man carried out the order and headed back, while Mesa stood and watched him with her gaze. A red-haired young man approached the girl and called her by name. Vice-captain of the forces of subjugation, Kadram Arabian, anxiously asked the redhead if she was injured. Mesa assured the uncle that she was fine, although he insisted her life was more valuable than several knights. Kadram noticed that soon this zone would be completely under their control, although the tunnels had not yet been found. The girl asked to be informed about the end of the battle and promised to find the underground passages on her own. Mesa swiftly soared into the sky, and Kadram watched her with a gloomy gaze. The man's face twisted with anger. He looked angrily at the footage and watched his niece with his gaze, mentally calling her insolent and predicting her the fate of her mother. Mesa flew through the air currents at tremendous speed. Bright and playful sea waves appeared on the screen. A majestic ship with full sails confidently sailed under a clear sunny sky. Turan stood near the very side of the ship and thoughtfully gazed into the endless sea distance. The boy was worried that in the lands of the House of Zakar he had no search plan and risked bringing trouble by acting blindly. The boatswain confidently held the helm, and the sailors on the deck focused on performing their daily work. One of the crew members was concentrating and carefully washing the wooden deck of the ship. Turan remembered his mother's portrait and felt his heart grow cold, a few relics too few for a quick investigation. Suddenly, someone's heavy male hand friendly slapped the young man on the shoulder. The one-eyed mustached sailor smiled and jokingly asked what the knight was so deeply thinking about. The young man noticed that he was struck by the grandeur of the ocean, and the old sailor gladly picked up on this thought. The one-eyed mustachioed man and Turan stood by the side and conversed. The captain asked questions whether the guest was troubled by seasickness. The knight replied that he felt well. The one-eyed man slapped Turan on the shoulder, praising his thirst for knowledge. The boatswain was delighted. The noble knight stubbornly learned to manage the sails and tie maritime knots. Turan calmly remarked that such skills are never superfluous, and the maritime craft, as it turned out, was much more interesting than he had thought. Suddenly, a loud shout from a sailor rang out over the deck. He was calling everyone to lunch. One-eyed, mustachioed man loudly clapped his hands, ordering the team to immediately head to the dining hall and have a meal. Turan held a plate in his hands on which, among other simple food, a portion of sauerkraut stood out. Settling on a wooden crate, Turan ate and listened to the sailor. The sailor complained about the taste but admitted the pickled cabbage saved them from dangerous gum inflammation. The long-haired sailor with a beard explained to the knight that this disease caused severe bleeding gums. At sea, fruits spoiled quickly, so sauerkraut remained the best remedy. Turan was genuinely surprised by this discovery. The interlocutor just shrugged, saying someone found out about it by accident and passed it on to others. The sailor also recalled an old rumor. Before this discovery, people had to eat raw meat of the sea people. Soon the bosun anxiously reported that he had spotted a medium-sized ship 2 hours away. A sailor on the mast pressed to the spyglass. When asked about pirates, he muttered uncertainly that the vessel sailed without any insignia. The unknown ship was clearly visible in the spyglass lens, and it was quickly approaching them. The bearded sailor with an earring grimly noted that good weather and an easy journey usually foretold the appearance of corsairs. In order to prepare for battle thundered across the deck. The crew hastily armed themselves with spears, halberds, and axes. The bosun addressed the captain for instructions, suggesting trying to escape to the nearest island, although the chances of outrunning the strangers were slim. The captain thoughtfully and silently stared at the horizon. Lowering the spyglass, the commander sternly asked the crew if they were ready to engage in this battle. Turan confidently stated that in the absence of nobles or knights among the enemies, no problems would arise. The captain ordered to close in. Inspired sailors burst into shouts begging the noble knight to destroy the bandits. Two ships wildly rushed towards a collision against the backdrop of stormy sea waves. Pirates from the enemy ship demanded an immediate stop, boldly promising to spare the lives of all who surrendered without a fight. Turan inquired of the bosun about the pirates' mercy. He only smiled bitterly and called it their salvation, sailing in the open sea with severed tendons. Hearing the expected answer, Turan sharply pushed off from the wooden deck. The knight swiftly leapt from the peaceful ship directly onto the enemy's side. Turan dramatically landed amid stunned bandits who held their weapons at the ready. Enraged pirates surrounded the stranger, shouting wildly and not understanding what was happening at all. A powerful water magic instantly swirled around the knight. Sharp daggers poured from the ice, obediently froze in the air around Turan. The pirate leader, in furious rage, ordered his men to immediately kill the insolent one. The icy blades swiftly shot forward, mercilessly piercing through the bodies of the bandits. The bloodied enemies fell dead onto the boards, pierced by sharp magical ice. Turan looked satisfied with the results of his attack and decided not to hold back in the fight against such scum. The knight again stretched out his hand forward and continued the deadly spellcasting. Turan relentlessly continued to cast spells on the deck of the enemy ship. One of the pirates shouted angrily at the cowards, "Kill the wizard, otherwise death will still await them." The boy's spell mercilessly continued to crush the enemy one after another. The bandits desperately tried to break through and attack the mage. Turan focused and cold-bloodedly assessed the situation. The sorcerer again turned to the element and used powerful water magic. Armed to the teeth, pirates burst into another wave of attack. The boy confidently led the streams, directing magical strikes against the attackers. The water around instantly turned into sharp diamond daggers. Ahead grew the burly hand of a pirate. It gripped a heavy two-handed axe. In a moment, one of the enemies had his arm completely torn off. Turan fiercely chopped the opponents, slicing them with diamond blades made of water. Amid the screams, a harsh order broke out: "Do not surrender and hold the assault further." The deck was covered, body after body completely destroyed, and fallen pirates lay powerless. The mage skillfully parried random strikes with a strong diamond sword made of water. Bursting into attack, the sorcerer mercilessly shredded the enemies with a water blade. Incredibly strong water streams pierced through the attackers' heads. Turan suddenly became alert and sharply turned his gaze aside. He almost got wounded, but at the last moment managed to lock himself with an icy wave. The young man seized the initiative and snatched the spear from the hands of the wounded bandit. With the next move, Turan without hesitation pierced the pirate with the same spear. For reliable protection, a strong ice sword appeared in his hands again. The boy spun in the very center of the bloody and dynamic fight. With one precise and strong strike, the mage cut the enemy in half. Diamond daggers pierced through the body of another attacker with a dull sound. But one of the pirates sneaked up from behind, grabbed Turan, and pressed a blade to his neck. The other bandits instantly shouted. They realized this was their only chance to kill the mage. Turan found himself trapped, several deadly blades pressed against him from all sides at once. In the eyes of one of the attackers, an indescribable fear suddenly flashed. Despite everything, the enemy desperately swung, trying to stab the dagger into the boy's neck. The pirates were furiously outraged. Their blades did not even cut Turan's skin. A water jet of incredible force instantly smashed the head of the bandit, who was holding Turan tightly. Other attackers also suffered severe injuries. Completely enraged, Turan pushed off and swiftly launched an attack on the remnants of the pirate squad. The super-strong water jet with diamond daggers from it mercilessly crushed and beheaded the enemies. The boy continued to totally annihilate the bandits. The deck and masts were completely soaked with blood. Armed, Turan stood alone in the middle of the empty, bloodied deck. Around lay only mutilated and destroyed bodies of the enemies. Turan clenched his sword and froze in the middle of the pirate squad he had eliminated. From the peaceful ship, boarding hooks were quickly thrown onto the invaders' ship. Satisfied sailors began to massively transfer to the captured pirate boat. The cheerful captain of the peaceful ship looked at the bloodied Turan with a smile and jokingly asked if he was moonlighting as a cleaner, since he hadn't left anyone alive, so the crew had nothing to do at all. The crew of the peaceful ship shouted joyfully, praised the glorious battle, and loudly wished the knight a long life. One of the peaceful sailors approached Turan and asked if he should first see a doctor. Covered in red liquid, Turan reassured the sailors, assuring them that he didn't have a scratch, and all of this was only the blood of the enemies. While both ships drifted in the open sea, the crew of the peaceful ship carefully combed every corner of the enemy ship. In the cabin at the table, the one-eyed, mustached captain looked deeply into the found documents and explained to Turan that this ship was a merchant vessel that disappeared 2 years ago and was appropriated and repainted by pirates. Turan asked what to do next, and the captain replied, "Since the guy won this battle on his own, the ship now fully and completely belongs to him." Turan was sincerely surprised when he heard congratulations from his comrade on receiving his own ship. Sitting in the cabin, the young man asked the experienced wolf what the usual options for action in such situations were. The captain explained, "The ship can be returned to the first owner for a reward. The paperwork will take up to 2 months or sold in the Aral Desert, but the best solution was called selling it on the Northern Sea Islands." The man pointed a finger at the map, insisting that there is always a shortage of transport there, so getting a high price would be the easiest. And for ferrying the ship, he would assign several of his sailors. While the deck was being tidied up, Turan agreed to pay the workers, admitting that he himself would not have managed the steering. Watching as the corpses of the invaders were thrown overboard, the captain remarked with satisfaction, "It's pleasant to deal with this guy." The bodies of the pirates swayed slowly on the waves, and the captain offered payment for help 10% of the ship's value. In return, Turan offered 20%, but on the condition that the captain would take full responsibility for all the concerns and sale of the vessel. The satisfied mustachioed man gladly agreed and promised to involve local acquaintances to get the maximum amount for the ship. Turan instantly became alert as a frightened sailor suddenly burst into the cabin shouting about the appearance of mermaids. The confused captain exclaimed in dismay that now sea maidens had also set their sights on them. Turan carefully watched the events unfolding around. The sailor hurriedly prepared explanations for the captain. The pirates were actually holding the mermaids hostage. The captain of the Peaceful and Turan were genuinely surprised when they learned about the captives just below deck. The merchant ship was firmly hooked to the side of the pirate ship. On the deck of the captured pirate ship, thorough cleaning was ongoing. The captain learned from the bosun about the arrival of an important guest, although he himself had not yet had time to inspect the hold. The ship's captain asked Turan to personally look at the unexpected visitor, and he agreed. The men were descending the long stairs into the hold, talking about the possible earnings from selling the pretty mermaid. The captain and the bosun recalled rich lords who went crazy over mystical creatures and mindlessly threw money at them. The bosun confidently opened the door for Turan and invited him inside. The young man cast a sharp, thoughtful glance into the darkness of the room. Against the wall sat a bound, black-haired creature with flipper feet, and it turned out to be an ordinary boy. Turan silently examined the strange little captive. The boy looked tiredly at the men, who sighed disappointedly because of his gender. The captain remarked they wouldn't pay anything for a male unless he was of royal blood. Hearing this, the outraged captive called himself Prince Armani and demanded at least a drop of respect from the land dwellers. Turan decided that the boy was just bluffing to escape and save his own life. The captain leaned over the prisoner and with a smile asked if the mermaid prince could transform into a fish. The boy proudly replied that he was not capable of this now, and this caused genuine surprise in the captain. Angry Armani shouted that for the transformation he desperately needed to return to his native sea. Turan looked at the captain in response and understood. The boy was just trying to talk them into silence to escape. The young man asked the captain about his plans, recalling rumors that mermaids often hunt humans. Turan coldly added, if so, it is better to simply kill the useless creature on the spot. The frightened prince realized that he was in a difficult position because his words could be taken as a simple lie. Turan slowly stretched out his hand to the boy, releasing magical energy from his palm. The mage concentrated, casting a spell right in front of the stunned captive's face. Terrified to madness, Armani shouted, pleading desperately to stop this strange spell. Bright and dangerous streams of mana still burst from Turan's fingers. The exhausted prince, through tears, assured that he had never even thought of eating people in his life. The boy looked at the mage with a gaze full of primal horror. Armani looked sharply embarrassed and confused. Prince Armani promised Turan and the captain countless treasures in exchange for his own life, and this greatly interested the men. The cheerful prince confirmed his words, recalling ancient relics that the gods of Freyan left to serve humanity. Before the eyes appeared a majestic imaginary image of a mysterious goddess. In the air floated imaginary images of an ancient dagger, a crown, and a sacred staff. In the endless ocean, under the rays of the scorching sun, a small island emerged. Before the eyes unfolded a wonderful view of a neat town, elegant castles, and other buildings. Both boats finally docked at the shore in a cozy city port on the island. Having landed on the shore, the cheerful sailors loudly rejoiced at the land and called each other to immediately go drink. Turan, together with the ship's captain, calmly watched the crew, and then the captain asked his companion about the conclusions. Turan reassured the captain, Agha is located very close, so he will go there and try to return already this evening. Heavy metal chains rang dully on the deck. Soon a small rowing boat with Turan and the little Prince Armani on board set off from the city port. Securely chained, Prince Armani angrily asked why he was tied up, since he was of royal blood and always kept his word. Little Armani looked hopefully at Turan, trying to catch a promise from him, whether he would really be released when the treasures were found. Turan firmly promised to grant the boy freedom if he fully fulfilled his promises. Thanks to Turan's magic, the boat quickly sped over the water without any oars, and Armani urged not to blame him for disappointment, because this was a wonderful treasure only by the standards of land dwellers. Under the night sky, Turan calmly nodded that he understood everything and ordered the boy to continue leading, showing the way. Suddenly, Turan sharply stopped the boat and halted it in the middle of the water. Turan carefully scanned the space around. Turan and Prince Armani sat in the boat opposite an island densely covered with trees. There the warrior asked if this was the place and received an affirmative answer. Promising the boy to check everything, Turan scooped up seawater with his palm. Turan activated search mode. Looking at the water in his palm, Turan said that their target was the sea people. Under Turan's boat unfolded a scene with numerous jellyfish, octopuses, sharks, and other fish. With a thoughtful expression, Turan pondered that Prince Armani at least had not lured him into a trap. Waves crashed against the island's rocks under the dark night sky. The traveler's boat was already moored on the island's shore. Turan led Prince Armani, who looked around and insisted he remembered this place, it was somewhere nearby. Suddenly, Prince Armani stopped and announced his discovery. Turan carefully examined the surrounding area. Seeing a lake amid the forest and rocks, Turan asked the prince if they had arrived at the right address. Standing on the shore, Turan voiced the hope that the treasure was not too deep, and the prince named a figure about 300 meters. Prince Armani and Turan fell into thoughtful silence, each at that moment thinking about his own matters. A strong rope tightly and securely bound the trunk of a huge tree. Turan was eagerly tying the boy to the tree until the outraged prince demanded to release him and asked if the warriors were afraid he would escape. Frightened, Armani warned Turan, if the warrior dies underwater, he himself will simply die here of hunger. Taking off his outerwear, Turan advised the prince to pray for their common good so that nothing would happen to him. Turan froze over the lake, preparing to dive. The warrior took a deep breath to stock up on oxygen as much as possible before the jump. From Turan's decisive jump over the water, abundant splashes scattered. Turan swiftly swam further and further, diving deeper into the dark water. The warrior carefully looked around, eager to finally see the truth. Turan continued the dive into the dark depths. Soon the warrior reached the lake bottom, strewn with stone mushrooms and algae thickets. Turan cautiously shuffled along the lake bottom in search of hidden treasures. Suddenly the warrior stopped sharply. He noticed something important ahead. At the very bottom of the lake, Turan spotted a giant serpent tightly coiled around a sharp rock. Turan was stunned, staring at the mythical serpent, which was several hundred times larger than him. Turan saw the figure of a knight. He was kneeling on one knee on the serpent's head, and the serpent was pierced by his own broken tooth. The warrior carefully examined the knight, frozen on the serpent's head. Suddenly, Turan felt a lack of air and realized he had to hurry immediately. The man rushed swiftly toward his goal. Turan found himself right at the mouth of the giant serpent. The hero's gaze became intensely focused. The knight, pierced by the tooth, was forever frozen in the final pose. Turan wondered if this creature was truly a creation of Freyan, because its body never became a phantom. Suddenly, the traveler's gaze was fixed on a strange artifact among the armor. The found object in its shape very much resembled a compass. On the shore of the forest lake, Prince Armani was tied to the trunk of a tree. The main hero finally surfaced and greedily gulped air. The tied-up Armani shouted with hope in his voice. He asked if they managed to find what they were looking for. Holding onto the shore, Turan confidently nodded to the boy. Drops of lake water dripped from the face of the tired warrior. Suddenly, the chest of little Armani brightly flared with mana. The magical energy rapidly jumped from the prince's chest to his neck and ran all the way to his ears. Sitting on the shore, Turan examined the compass, convincing himself that it would allow him to sense foreign energy. The warrior only stretched out his hand towards the captive, and the heavy chains instantly disappeared. The prince looked with surprise at his completely free hands. While Turan was dressing, Armani surprisingly noted that he expected to be sold into slavery again, but the warrior simply kept his word. With tears in his eyes, Armani listened to Turan's words about repaying the debt for honesty and promised to protect his father in the upcoming war. Dressing, the man dryly asked the boy not to spout nonsense about demons. Turan barely managed to pull on the sweater when the prince instantly jumped off and plunged into the water. Armani sharply dived into the depths of the reservoir. Finally, the boy found himself in his native element. Turan thoughtfully looked at the water, realizing that the boy had not lied about his royal origin. Ahead emerged the local port. A large ship was moored at the pier. On the deck, exhausted sailors carefully applied medicine to their backs wounded from harsh beatings. The angry bosun raised a whip over his shoulder, shouting that any disobedience or tardiness is punishable by death. Turan stepped onto the deck and asked one of the sailors what caused such a commotion. Bosun Bariak sternly explained that he was punishing sailors for being late and fighting in the port tavern, and mentioned the captain's warnings. Turan's face froze in thought at what he saw. Looking at the wounded backs, the young man noticed the loss of vital energy and then learned from a sailor that the captain had gone ashore to the island to find a buyer for the ship. Ahead stretched the noisy street of the port city. In the elegant hall of the restaurant, the one-eyed captain sat at a wooden table opposite the man in the triangular hat. A sharp surprise was frozen on the captain's face. Seeing Turan, the one-eyed captain hastily stood up, and the young man immediately asked him about the results of the deal. Captain Samuel, who had lost a hand, agreed to buy the ship for 1,000 gold coins in a single payment, and he joked that they were just like a colleague. Turan sat at the table and said that there was one significant problem in this sentence. The boy was worried about the inconvenience of transporting such an amount of gold and asked if it was possible to pay with magical instruments or relics. Samuel advised to go to Kamad, for this the land of the Durman house, known for the lineage of powerful tamers. In the imagination appeared a majestic lion, an eagle, the embodiment of the strength of ancient tamers. Samuel suggested to the boy to buy an obedient monster, and wild beasts with burning eyes already emerged in the imagination. Turan for a moment recalled his childhood and imagined himself as a little boy on a wooden horse. The thoughtful young man analyzed Samuel's advice and, reflecting, weighed what benefit a smart beast would bring in the future journey. The peaceful ship on which Turan arrived once again spread its sails and set off into the open sea. On the deck, sailors were unloading crates and joyfully chatting about the unexpected wealth, praising the merits of the heir of the divine people. The overseer suddenly alarmed the crew with a warning: a storm is approaching. The sky over the boundless sea was rapidly covered by gloomy dark purple clouds. The ship confidently held its course straight through the dense darkness, while preparations for the bad weather were made under loud orders. Around the vessel, giant waves and pouring rain raged with furious force. The tense boatswain ordered to immediately furl the sails and stow the cargo in the holds, shouting for everyone to move for the sake of saving lives. Frightened sailors in panic hurriedly carried the treasures taken from pirates inside the ship. A huge storm wave with a roar covered the ship's deck. The crew tried their best to hold on to the slippery yards while the strong rolling knocked them off their feet. Due to the violent jolts, several sailors were mercilessly thrown into the open sea. One of the poor fellows was rapidly falling down straight into the stormy, turbulent ocean. As soon as the sailor reached the water, he suddenly felt a force pulling him back up. Turan stood under the downpour and, folding his fingers in a magical gesture, authoritatively ordered the drowning man to return. Thanks to Turan's decisive actions, the people and things that ended up overboard returned back to the ship. A stunned sailor stepped onto the deck, not believing in his own rescue. Under the impact of Turan's powerful mana, the scattered things moved by themselves and flew into the hold, neatly arranging themselves in their places. The waves, storm clouds, and lightning also received a strict command: retreat. In the semi-darkness of the hold, the soaked sailors hurriedly drank a hot, warming drink. Other sailors, just climbing out of the icy sea, trembled incessantly and tried to warm themselves, tightly wrapped in blankets. Soon Turan calmly entered the hold. The rescued sailors fervently thanked their savior and swore, now they were indebted to Turan for life. Turan sternly asked the sailors if they were all still alive, and upon hearing an affirmative answer, felt relief. The captain thanked the mage, saying that without the timely furling of the sails the ship would have sunk, and Turan in response asked about the ship's sturdiness against such a storm. Looking at his frozen subordinates, the captain admitted all they could do was trust in the ship's reliability and the helmsman's skill. The mage thoughtfully watched the crew, who could not recover after the icy bath in the ocean. The injured sailors huddled together and weakly stretched away from the experienced shock and cold. Suddenly, Turan commanded everyone present to gather in a tight circle and sit as close to him as possible. The worried captain asked if he was not going to light a fire on the wooden ship, but the mage assured that he would keep the flame completely under control. Turan confidently raised his hand and loudly snapped his fingers. Just above the mage's palm, a bright magical flame instantly flared up. He smoothly spread this fire into the air, quickly warming everything around. The magical light brightly burst out and illuminated the hold, heating it, yet did not burn the wooden walls at all. The exhausted people truly rejoiced at the long-awaited warmth spreading through their bodies. The captain froze with an expression of complete amazement, and Turan, looking at him, finally understood the true meaning of the instructions that the elders once fiercely hammered into his head. Holding a safe fire, Turan realized, although people must serve mages, mages must not only rule but honestly care for their people. Before the travelers rose Enrol Kamed, the largest city in the middle of the endless desert. In the port of Kamada, the peaceful ship docked, and the sailors eagerly unloaded treasures onto the pier. The captain handed Turan a heavy bag of money, calling it a modest payment for the work, although the young man refused and insisted that the amount was excessive. The old wolf pressed for the reward. He explained that the entire crew had donated from the proceeds, and refusing the money could bring a curse from the heavens. Eventually, Turan accepted the payment and promised to treat the captain during the next meeting, and the latter considered it a great honor. A loud shout burst from the deck from one of the sailors, and he respectfully addressed Turan as a knight. The young man looked around and saw the entire crew had gathered on the deck, waving their hands and shouting farewell words. The smiling sailors on the pier also sincerely thanked Turan for his help and swore they would never forget him. The boatswain and the captain placed their hands over their hearts, paying the boy their last respects. Turan looked at the crew embarrassed, touched by such warm attention. Above their heads stretched a clear, almost cloudless blue sky. Around was a bustling, colorful eastern city. People rode camels and carried heavy packages directly on their heads. Turan slowly walked along the lively street of Kamada, getting lost in the crowd of passers-by. The boy's gaze became focused and vigilant. The traveler carefully examined the mana of every passerby, trying to determine to which clan they belonged. Suddenly, Turan caught sight of a warrior in heavy knight armor. Feeling a powerful source of energy, the young man caught up with the man and sharply asked if he belonged to the noble house of Durman. The knight respectfully bowed and confirmed this, assuring the milord that he was fully ready to come to aid. Turan gave his name, spoke about arriving from Abishi, and stated that he wanted to meet the head of the house Durman. Ahead was a magnificent, luxurious eastern residence with a neat inner courtyard where tall palms grew. Soon the boy changed into new light clothing of local cut. A man who emitted blue mana approached him and approvingly nodded at his new appearance. A handsome young man with tattoos in Eastern style and dark manicure introduced himself as Kel Durman and sincerely welcomed the guest. The master of the house began to look very intently at Turan's face. The young man looked back just as attentively as if studying. In response to Kel's question about his origin and name, the guest called himself Turan Brahms from a little-known clan of guardians. The traveler said he was looking for a monster to buy, and Kel became interested. He promised to send his daughter as an escort for such an important matter. Then Turan directly asked if he reminded the host of someone having noticed his momentary hesitation during their first meeting. Kel Durman confirmed this suspicion without hesitation. The host's words greatly surprised Turan. He indeed turned out to be remarkably similar to an old acquaintance of the man. A beautiful black-haired girl led Turan down a bright, wide corridor and noticed, despite his modest origin, he had a lot of money. He came to buy a monster from the Durman family. Kel Durman's daughter suggested that the guardian's lineage was perfectly suited for the life of a mercenary, while Turan silently walked beside her. The thoughtful young man tried to understand whom Kel Durman reminded him of, mother or father. Turan recalled his mother, reflecting that he inherited wavy hair, large ears, and straight lips from her, and doubted whether that was enough for instant recognition. Imagining his mother, he saw beside her a gray-haired, long-haired man without a face, and wondered if the head of the house knew his mysterious father. The girl distracted Turan from his thoughts by announcing their arrival. They stopped before a huge passage, and the companion greeted the guest at the Durman house nursery. The young man was stunned by the expanses of the magnificent intricate gallery, stucco and columns pressed with beauty. Turan rolled up to the edge of the gallery and peered into the aviary. His gaze fixed on the foxes running below. Approaching the aviaries, the boy asked with admiration if each room really had its own unique inhabitants. Among the trees, a huge elephant solemnly strode. Later, Turan noticed a horse. It was calmly grazing near a small lake. The boy asked how much the horse cost, and the girl replied that the animal was raised with special care. Hearing the price of 2,000 gold coins, Turan froze in despair. It was twice as much as his entire fortune and shattered the illusion of his own wealth. He stopped and thought about refusing the purchase, but the prospect of dragging a heavy bag of gold across the desert did not please him. With these thoughts, the traveler completely stopped. Ahead, the wing of a huge bird fluttered. In a very large cage sat a mighty eagle. Turan stared with interest at the majestic bird. The boy even thought that the eagle sharply flashed its eye in his direction. When asked about the cost of the eagle, the girl named the sum 1,500 coins. Turan looked admiringly and thought that it was cheap for such a bird with this mana, then asked what skills it had. In response, he heard, high intellect and excellent flight. The young man listened carefully to her answer. While he was examining the bird, the companion added that this popular species is too smart for its own benefit and would never submit to someone it considers dumber than itself. The eagle looked attentively at Turan and shook its head. The boy addressed the bird, asked if it understood him, and was convinced of the creature's extraordinary intelligence. When Turan noticed that nature had not endowed the eagle with beauty, it indignantly jerked its head in response. Turan assured the girl that the predator understood every word, and she complained that she still could not teach it to read because of its incomprehensible stubbornness. The chief's daughter called the bird's character a serious flaw. They fed it a ton of monster meat, and if it had obeyed, they would have earned much more. The girl addressed the eagle and asked if it wanted anything, but immediately added that asking it questions was pointless. To the girl's surprise, the bird raised one finger with a large claw on its paw. Turan watched the bird in fascination, which with its paw clearly pointed directly at him. Suddenly the girl twitched with surprise and exclaimed, "Why all of a sudden?" Turan decided to clarify with the bird whether it had really chosen him. The eagle looked seriously at Turan when he remarked that he was nothing special, and asked what the specific reason for such a choice was. Turan asked the eagle if it would agree to learn to read if Turan redeemed it. The bird nodded approvingly in response. Between hands with painted nails, a multicolored energy ball suddenly flared up. Kel Durman crossed his arms on his chest and, squeezing out mana, loudly declared that everything was ready from now on. They are bound by ties. The eagle flapped its wings, scattering feathers, and obediently sat on Turan's hand for the first time. Kel Durman was surprised by the bird's obedience and ordered to take care of it. Turan confidently promised that he would definitely do so. Kelderman looked intently and focused at the boy. Turan, with a bird on his hand, responded to him with the same attentive look. Kelderman noticed that he could have ignored it, but sometimes Turan was to him as if connected with tail eyes. Puzzled, Turan asked again about tail eyes. Kelderman waved his hand and ordered the boy to simply forget about it, stating that his words were worthless. Turan wondered why Kelderman mentioned tail eyes just by looking at his face. The boy pulled out a portrait and asked Kelderman if he knew a woman named Vij. Suddenly, a portrait of his native mother appeared in Turan's hand. Kelderman looked intently at the lines in the drawing. Turan became sad when Kelderman denied knowing her and added that he would definitely remember such a beauty. The boy released the bird and asked for some time, which greatly surprised Kelderman. Turan boldly replied, since the price was paid and the deal made, he should try out his purchase. The boy decisively stretched out his hand after the bird that was already rising into the sky. Turan at the last moment firmly grabbed the eagle by the paw. The bird easily tossed the boy into the air, and they swiftly soared into the sky. During the flight, Turan looked truly satisfied. Soon the boy entered the hall, where he was invited for dinner. Kelderman's daughter was delighted to see him and asked about the flight. Turan called it a good way to clear the mind. Kelderman's daughter introduced Turan Brahmas to those present, announcing his arrival from Carmen. A burly short-haired man asked if Carmen was located near Arabian. The girl sternly ordered the man not to even try to compare Turan with those scoundrels. Dolph Marin of the Historians firmly shook Turan's hand as a sign of acquaintance, and he politely reciprocated. Turan instantly felt the new acquaintance was squeezing his palm with excessive, almost hostile strength. The warrior immediately realized this man was simply brazenly showing off his own power. Dolph Marin, with a cheeky smile, released the youth's hand and remarked that he expected nothing less from a personal bodyguard. A skinny woman maliciously demanded to finally see the capricious eagle she came here for his sake. Turan calmly explained that he had sent the bird to training, but if needed he could immediately call him back. The majestic eagle circled above the roofs of city buildings, clearly catching the imaginary call of the master in his mind. At that very moment, the mighty bird swiftly flew onto the terrace and prepared to perch on Turan's outstretched hand. Stunned by the sight, the woman involuntarily stepped forward, as if she truly believed the rumor she had heard. She interestedly extended her hand to the predator, and the proud bird in response sharply fixed its piercing gaze on her. Suddenly, the woman burst out screaming, cursing the barbaric bird and insisting that she would have raised him much better than the impoverished nobleman. The angry predator almost lunged at the screamer, but Turan restrained him in time and mentally ordered him to calm down. At the lavishly set dining table, the guests began to vigorously discuss the troubling news about the Dark Elves' activity in the West. Someone suggested that the forces of Arabian were behind this and recalled rumors about their skinny commander Mesa. A sharp knife with a slight crunch cut a juicy piece of roasted meat from the plate. The woman slyly expressed hope that this time they would deal with the upstart Mesa. She already looks like a walking skeleton. Continuing her venomous speech, she confessed her disgust towards the girl and sincerely sympathized with her future husband. Turan silently swallowed these contemptuous remarks, lowering his head over the plate. The woman added that in Arabian they are still waiting for a final and firm decision regarding the successor from Thales himself. Hearing the familiar name, Turan once again plunged into thoughts, trying to correlate the facts heard. Eventually, the young man could not stand it and directly asked those present who this mysterious Thales really is. The girl explained he is the younger brother of the head of the Zakar house and currently effectively manages all affairs alone. Turan instantly recalled Kelderman, the very one who recently suspiciously questioned him about possible connections with Thales. The absorbed warrior assumed his mysterious father might turn out to be a much more important figure than previously thought.